In the trembling dawn of 19th century Europe, an age when old certainties were cracking like ice beneath a warming sun, there walked a man who carried no homeland except the storm inside his own mind. His health was frail, his body weakened, his friendships few, and yet, behind his dim, suffering eyes, there blazed a brilliance fierce enough to shake the foundations of Western thought. This man was Friedrich Wilhelm Nietzsche, and he was not merely a philosopher, he was an eruption. Before psychology explained instincts, before existentialists confessed their despair, before the modern world realized its own hollowness, Nietzsche had already crossed these deserts not through academia, but through wounds carved into the soul. He did not seek annihilation, yet life crushed him. He did not pursue madness, yet madness overtook him. And from this collapse, he drew a philosophy so volcanic, so electrified, so dangerous, that even today it burns like a star threatening to implode. Nietzsche's philosophy is not gentle. It is not polite. It is not a lantern in the darkness. It is a lightning strike tearing the sky open. His world is not bathed in divine comfort, nor shaped by inherited morality. It is a landscape where the gods have died, the heavens lie empty, and humanity stands trembling beneath a sky full of possibility and terror. Before we descend into that world, let me ask you softly as the night settles around you. Where are you watching from tonight? Which quiet corner of the world holds your breath as we enter Nietzsche's realm together? Welcome to Dreamline Philosophy, where thought becomes fire and night becomes the doorway. Tonight, we walk into the furnace of Nietzsche's mind, not as students gathering quotes, but as wanderers searching through ruins, seeking embers that still glow. Nietzsche's ideas cannot be separated from the life that produced them. He did not theorize from comfort. He wrote from collapse. He knew suffering in ways that few ever taste. Chronic illness that tore through his nerves, migraines that blinded him for days, eyesight that dimmed until pages blurred into ghosts, a body too weak for ordinary life, friendships that dissolved into silence, love that remained unreturned, and a mind that ultimately shattered under its own brilliance. But Nietzsche was not defeated by suffering. He ground it into insight. He burned it into philosophy. He transformed agony into revelation. Where others sought safety, he sought truth, even when truth was poisonous. His most powerful ideas were born not from confidence, but from crisis. Not from stability, but from spiritual earthquakes. He wandered through alpine landscapes, carrying notebooks filled with fire, whispering to mountains about the future of humanity, questioning values that had guided entire civilizations. He saw that beneath culture, beneath morality, beneath faith, there lay a raw, trembling will, a force reaching, striving, creating. This force would become the heartbeat of his philosophy. Nietzsche was not a philosopher of cold logic. He was a psychologist of the soul, long before psychology existed. He saw that human beings are not rational creatures. We are storm bodies, full of contradictions, impulses, fears, and hidden desires. He understood that people cling to morality not because it is true, but because it comforts. He understood that people worship ideals not because they are divine, but because they are afraid of freedom. He understood that people love certainty because without it, they must face the terrifying truth that life has no built-in meaning. And Nietzsche shattered that certainty with a single, terrible sentence. God is dead, not as mockery, not as a celebration, but as a diagnosis. He saw that the modern world had outgrown its myths, and now floated without anchor, adrift in a sea of meaninglessness. But where others saw despair, Nietzsche saw possibility. The death of God was not an ending, it was a beginning. The beginning of a world where the human being must create meaning for itself, must sculpt its own identity, must build its own values not from obedience, but from strength. This is where his figure of the Übermensch was born, not as a tyrant, not as a monster, but as a symbol of what each human could become if they embrace their potential rather than their fear. Nietzsche believed in the future self, the self not yet realized, the self waiting beyond comfort, the self forged through self-overcoming. Nietzsche argued that the greatest danger is not external suffering, it is internal avoidance. To refuse to face the abyss is to live asleep. To escape discomfort is to surrender one's strength. To cling to inherited values is to deny one's own becoming. He believed that to grow, one must confront the void without collapsing into it. This confrontation requires a rare kind of courage, the courage to stand alone, stripped of illusions, trembling before the truth that nothing is guaranteed. And yet, Nietzsche insisted that from this confrontation comes a new kind of joy, a joy built not on hope, but on power. A joy born from accepting life exactly as it is, including its suffering, including its chaos, including its eternal recurrence. The one who can embrace life fully, who can say yes, even to pain, even to uncertainty, even to fate, that one discovers the freedom Nietzsche called amor fati, the love of one's destiny. Nietzsche's work is often misunderstood as harsh, pessimistic, or destructive. But beneath the darkness, beneath the implosion of old values, beneath the collapse of inherited meaning, he offers something luminous, a philosophy of transformation. He teaches that suffering is not an enemy. It is a furnace through which the soul is strengthened. He teaches that destruction is not negation. It is clearing the ground for creation. He teaches that loneliness is not a curse. It is the price of authenticity. He teaches that the abyss is not death. It is birthplace. Nietzsche asks us to look honestly at our fears, our desires, our weaknesses, our illusions, not to condemn ourselves, but to rise beyond ourselves. He asks us to move through life not timidly, not obediently, but creatively, shaping our days as an artist shapes a sculpture. This is the darkest fire and the brightest strength that Nietzsche offers the world. Tonight, we walk into Nietzsche's burning world. The collapse of faith, the rise of will, the construction of new values, the test of eternal recurrence, the birth of the higher self. This is not an academic lesson. It is a journey into becoming, a journey through the ruins of old worlds and into the dawn of new ones, a journey through fire, not to be destroyed, but to be remade, a journey into the philosopher who saw humanity not as it is, but as it could become. Part 1. The World Before Nietzsche. Chapter 1. Europe in Moral Twilight. Long before Nietzsche ever wrote a single line, before his trembling hand carved fire into the pages of philosophy, the world he would inherit was already sinking into a deep and silent twilight. Europe, so proud of its cathedrals, its scholars, its faith, its long centuries of certainty, was beginning to lose the very foundation upon which its spirit had stood. For 1,000 years, morality in Europe had been unquestioned. God was not a belief, but a horizon. Scripture was not a text, but the air itself. The world was ordered because heaven had ordered it. Meaning existed because the divine mind had crafted every purpose. But then came the centuries of bold inquiry, the Renaissance, the Enlightenment, the rise of scientific thought. With each new discovery, with each challenge to tradition, another beam of the old world trembled. Reason began to question revelation. Science began to unravel mystery. Skepticism began to erode certainty. And slowly, almost silently, the spiritual architecture of Europe began to fade. People still prayed, but their prayers felt lighter. People still went to church, but out of habit, not fire. People still spoke of morality, but its foundation no longer felt eternal. A quiet, existential dusk crept over the continent. Not a collapse, not yet, but a soft dimming of the old light. Europe now had knowledge but lacked direction. It had science but lacked soul. It had progress but lacked purpose. Morality, once divine, now trembled on human legs. This was the Europe Nietzsche was born into, a world where the old stars were going out and no new constellations had yet appeared. A world drifting, a world searching, a world on the edge of something vast and terrifying. Chapter 2. Germany between faith and science. If Europe as a whole was in twilight, Germany was the storm inside that twilight, a nation trembling between two incompatible worlds. On one side stood Christianity, old and solemn, woven into the very soil. Luther's shadow still lingered. Church bells still ruled the rhythm of daily life. Families still clung to faith as their anchor. On the other side, a new force surged with unstoppable momentum. Rationalism, materialism, scientific certainty, the belief that human reason could replace divine revelation. Universities filled with scholars who worshipped logic more than God. Young intellectuals questioned miracles, scriptures, even the existence of the soul. Old believers clutched their rosaries as though the world were slipping away from them. Germany was not merely changing, it was dividing. In towns and villages, people still prayed with ancient reverence. In cities, students read Feuerbach, Darwin, Hegel, and Strauss, declaring religion a relic. Faith whispered, "The divine gives life meaning." Science answered, "No, life is a mechanical process, and meaning is a human invention." And Nietzsche would be born directly into this conflict, the son of a pastor, the child of piety, and eventually the philosopher who would witness both worlds unravel. He grew up at a crossroads where faith battled reason, spirit battled intellect, heaven battled history. Germany in Nietzsche's youth was not peaceful. It was trembling. It was preparing for collapse. It was waiting for someone who could see clearly through the fog of its contradictions. Nietzsche would become that seer, but only after the old world cracked around him. Chapter 3. The Crumbling of Old Truths. As Nietzsche's century unfolded, the pillars of European meaning collapsed with a speed no one expected. What once felt eternal began to look suspiciously human. People asked questions that their ancestors would have feared to whisper. What if morality is just custom? What if conscience is just psychology? What if truth is just interpretation? What if life has no designed purpose at all? What if God is not watching? What if there is no God to watch? These were not cold intellectual problems. They were spiritual earthquakes. For generations, Europeans had believed that good was good because God commanded it. Evil was evil because God forbade it. Human beings had immortal souls. Life itself was part of a cosmic story. Now all of that broke open. Astronomy revealed a universe too large for human-centered meaning. Biology revealed that life was not divinely sculpted, but evolved. History revealed contradictions within sacred texts. Philosophy revealed that morality could be explained without heaven. And once the cracks appeared, they spread like fractures across frozen rivers. People began to feel untethered, unanchored, morally homeless. The world that once rested on divine purpose now hung in an indifferent void. Humanity was no longer the center of existence, merely a temporary spark in a vast, uncaring cosmos. Nietzsche witnessed all of this. He saw the collapse of metaphysics, the decline of traditional faith, the rise of skepticism, the beginning of scientific materialism, the birth of existential dread. And he realized something profound. When the old truths die, the human soul does not celebrate. It suffers. For truth, even when false, gives shelter. When shelter collapses, the spirit shivers. The foundation of European life was cracking, and Nietzsche would be one of the first to look at the ruins without flinching. Chapter 4. The Quiet Rise of Modern Nihilism. With the death of old truths came something darker, something Nietzsche would diagnose more clearly than any thinker before him. Nihilism. Nihilism is not disbelief. It is disorientation. It is the slow realization that values no longer hold, morality no longer convinces, purpose no longer feels real. People still said the old words, good, evil, justice, meaning, but inside those words, something had gone hollow. The churches still stood, but their spiritual weight had thinned. Prayers still rose, but they felt like echoes to an empty sky. Society still spoke of virtue, but often out of habit, not conviction. Europe had entered a new spiritual condition, a world where people pretend to believe what they no longer truly feel. And this quiet collapse produced a new kind of human being, the modern nihilist. Not necessarily an atheist, not always a rebel, but someone who senses, quietly, that the old structures no longer convince. Nietzsche saw this everywhere, in the way people clung to morality without believing its divine origin, in the way society repeated rituals without spiritual certainty, in the way political movements replaced faith with ideology, in the way culture drowned meaning in entertainment and distraction. This nihilism was not dramatic. It was subtle, slow, like a dimming lamp, like a fading echo. Nietzsche knew that this condition would shape the future, a future where humanity would have to build meaning from nothing. The rise of nihilism was not merely a crisis. It was a turning point, a doorway, a warning, a prophecy. Chapter 5, Humanity's Growing Spiritual Hunger. Beneath the collapse of truth, beneath the rise of nihilism, something else grew, a hunger. A hunger not for food, not for wealth, not for comfort, but for meaning. Human beings tried to fill the void with science, politics, ideologies, revolutions, philosophies, pleasure, progress, nationalism. But none of it satisfied the deeper hunger. Human beings still felt guilt, still felt longing, still felt the weight of conscience, still sought purpose, still craved transcendence. You can remove God from the world, Nietzsche realized, but you cannot remove the yearning for the divine. The modern world could explain nature, but not the human heart. It could map the stars, but not the soul. It could analyze morality, but not replace it. The spiritual hunger intensified. People wanted meaning, but the old meanings were dying. People wanted guidance, but the old guides were silent. People wanted values, but the old values no longer convinced. Into this hunger, Nietzsche was born. He would not offer comfort. He would not restore the old beliefs. He would not patch up the cracks. He would descend into the ruins and search for a new foundation. A foundation not imposed from above, but built from within. The world before Nietzsche was a world losing its spiritual voice. Nietzsche would give it a new one. Not gentle, not traditional, not safe, but powerful enough to ignite a new age. Part 2. The Birth of a Volcano. Chapter 1. A fragile body, a burning mind. From the very beginning, Nietzsche's life unfolded under a strange duality. A body so delicate it seemed ready to collapse, and a mind so fierce it seemed capable of setting the world on fire. He was born not into strength, but into weakness. His constitution was frail, his nerves sensitive, his health easily disturbed. Even as a child, he suffered from stabbing headaches, stomach troubles, and vision that blurred and wavered like candlelight in a storm. But while his body faltered, something within him seethed, a restless, expanding consciousness, a mind glowing with questions, visions, and a hunger for truth almost frightening in its intensity. It is strange how life often plays tricks of inversion. The strongest souls are given the weakest bodies, the deepest thinkers are forged through vulnerability, and the greatest spirits rise from the smallest, most fragile shells. Nietzsche's body could not carry heavy loads, so he carried heavier ones inside his mind. He could not run freely through the fields with other children, so he ran through the worlds of ideas, through myth, through religion, through philosophy, exploring realms far beyond the reach of ordinary thought. And in that quiet, weakened child was the early flicker of something volcanic, a force that would erupt later in life with such ferocity that entire traditions trembled at its impact. Volcanoes do not advertise their birth. They grow silently beneath the earth. And so it was with Nietzsche, the magma forming quietly beneath a fragile surface, waiting for the moment it would rise. Chapter 2. The Pastor's Son Without a Pastor's Faith. Friedrich Nietzsche was born into a house where faith was not merely expected. It was woven into the very air. His father was a pastor, a gentle and devoted man whose voice once carried scripture like a warm wind across the fields of Saxony. To the world, it seemed Nietzsche would inherit that path. A A pastor's son becomes a pastor's son, a guardian of tradition, a child raised in the arms of Christianity, destined to preach it. But destiny had other plans. Even before he fully understood theology, Nietzsche sensed something unsettling, that the faith surrounding him felt both beautiful and fragile, comforting yet incomplete, full of light yet haunted by shadows he could not ignore. His father died when Nietzsche was very young, a blow so devastating that it fractured the structure of his inner world. The man whose voice had filled their home, with certainty, was taken by an illness no prayer could stop. In the quiet aftermath, as grief seeped into the walls, Nietzsche witnessed something profound. Faith could not shield one from suffering. It could soothe, it could console, but could not prevent the deepest wounds. And so, while the rest of his family clung more tightly to religion, Nietzsche began, slowly, silently, to drift away from it. Not in rebellion, not in anger, but in sorrowful curiosity. He read scripture with respect, but also with the eye of someone who sensed its cracks. He felt the rhythms of prayer, but also the emptiness where answers were missing. He listened to sermons, but some part of him remained outside the sanctuary, watching, questioning, wondering. Nietzsche loved his father, but he could not inherit his father's faith. Instead, he inherited the absence, the silence, the unanswered questions. The pastor's son became the philosopher who would one day declare that the world had outgrown the very certainties he was raised within. His break from faith was not rebellion. It was evolution. Chapter 3. Illness as Destiny. Some lives are shaped by triumph, others by tragedy. Nietzsche's was shaped by illness. Illness was not an episode in his life. It was the atmosphere he breathed, the background music of every thought, the shadow that followed him through school, through work, through love, through philosophy. Violent migraines tore through his skull like lightning. His eyes flickered between clarity and darkness. His stomach revolted against nearly every meal. His spine ached, his sleep fractured, his nerves trembled. And yet, it was precisely this condition that forced him into the long hours of inwardness that made his philosophy possible. Suffering was not simply something that happened to Nietzsche. It became the furnace in which his insight was forged. Healthy minds can afford distraction. Healthy bodies can escape into pleasure. But Nietzsche's suffering stripped him of escape. It pushed him inward, down into the deepest caverns of the human psyche. Pain became his teacher. Fragility became his lens. Illness became his destiny. He once wrote that what does not kill us makes us stronger. But for Nietzsche, this was not a poetic line. It was a lived truth. Illness hammered him, tested him, cornered him, and in doing so, revealed the contours of his inner strength. Most people seek to avoid suffering. Nietzsche learned to use it. Every migraine became a meditation. Every collapse became a revelation. Every day spent on the brink of breakdown became another step toward understanding the human condition. Suffering was not his enemy. It was the cradle of his genius. Chapter 4. Loneliness as Formation. Few spirits walk through the world as alone as Nietzsche did. From childhood onward, he existed at a distance from others, not by choice, but by temperament, by illness, and by the sheer intensity of his mind. Loneliness wrapped him like a cloak, sometimes heavy, sometimes protective, but always present. Other children played carefree games. Nietzsche sat quietly with books older than his nation. Other youths chased friendships and simple joys. Nietzsche wandered through forests, listening to the whisper of leaves as if they carried secrets meant only for him. His loneliness was not emptiness, it was depth. He saw too much, felt too much, thought too intensely to blend into the comfort of ordinary company. He did not fit among the pious, for his faith had dissolved. He did not fit among the skeptics, for their questions did not go far enough. He did not fit among the intellectuals, for they lacked the fire he carried. He did not fit among ordinary people, for he carried storms they could not understand. Loneliness did not merely accompany Nietzsche, it shaped him. It taught him to observe without participating, to question without guidance, to walk without companions, to trust only the quiet voice within. Loneliness became his monastery, and inside that solitude, his philosophy took root. While others sought belonging, Nietzsche sought truth, even if truth meant isolation. His solitude was not a prison. It was a furnace. Chapter 5. The child who could not look away from suffering. Some children look away from pain. Nietzsche looked into it. Even as a boy, he possessed a strange sensitivity, a capacity to see the hidden wounds behind people's faces, to sense the quiet despair beneath their rituals, to detect the fragility behind their certainties. Where others were comforted by faith, Nietzsche noticed the trembling behind belief. Where others trusted morality, Nietzsche sensed its human origins. Where others clung to hope, Nietzsche heard the quiet hum of doubt. He saw that suffering was not an accident. It was a fundamental part of being human. And rather than retreat from this discovery, he did what almost no child does. He studied it. He asked why people hurt, why they feared, why they lied to themselves, why they clung to illusions, why they avoided the very truths that might set them free. He watched his mother struggle, his family grieve, his community cling to fragile hopes, and somehow he understood, even before he had the vocabulary, that suffering shapes the soul more deeply than comfort ever could. Nietzsche became the child who refused to close his eyes to the agony that others pushed aside. It was this early gaze, this courageous, unsettling willingness to stare into the darkness, that planted the seeds for the philosopher he would one day become. Truth, for Nietzsche, was never gentle. It was sharp. It was burning. It was transformative. And he learned this not from books, but from life itself. The volcano was already forming. Part 3. The Early Cracks in the World. Chapter 1. The Death of his Father. Every great transformation begins with a fracture, a moment when the world, once whole and comforting, suddenly splits open. For Nietzsche, that fracture came early. His father, the gentle pastor whose voice once carried warmth through their home, fell into an illness that moved like a storm through his body and spirit. Slowly, quietly, irreversibly. Friedrich was only a child when he watched his father fade. The man who had seemed so certain in the pulpit, so strong in faith, so rooted in purpose, began to unravel. The illness took his sight, then his balance, then his speech, and finally his life. Death entered the Nietzsche household not as a sudden visitor, but as a lingering shadow spreading across the walls, the furniture, the memories, the very atmosphere of the family's existence. And in that shadow, the boy looked on, too young to understand completely, yet too perceptive not to feel the weight of the collapse. Children often experience the world as stable, eternal, unbreakable. For Nietzsche, that illusion ended before he was old enough to even articulate the shattering. The death of his father was not merely a personal tragedy. It was the first crack in Nietzsche's understanding of reality, a wound that opened his life to deeper questions long before he had the tools to answer them. Chapter 2. The Silence of Loss. After the funeral, after the prayers, after the rituals, there remained a silence that no one in the Nietzsche household knew how to fill. It was a silence that spread through rooms that once echoed with laughter and hymn singing. A silence that seeped into the hearts of the women who raised him, his mother, his grandmother, his aunts, all grieving in ways they rarely expressed aloud. But the child felt it. He felt the emptiness at the dinner table. He felt the absence in the cadence of the day. He felt the sudden fragility in the structure of his life. Loss has a texture, a shape, a coldness. And Nietzsche, far earlier than most, learned to live with that coldness pressed against his chest. In the quiet aftermath of his father's death, the world no longer appeared safe or stable. The divine protection he had been raised to trust now seemed thin, questionable, unreliable. The silence taught him something that would shape the rest of his philosophy. Life offers no guarantees, not of justice, not of protection, not of divine intervention. The universe, once filled with sacred meaning, now felt like a vast, indifferent presence in which suffering could strike without explanation. He was only a boy, but already the ground beneath him was shifting, The silence of loss carved a space in him, a space that would later become the birthplace of questions capable of shaking the foundations of Western thought. Chapter 3. A Mind Growing Beyond Childhood Faith. As Nietzsche grew older, the questions that loss planted in him began to blossom. Dark, unsettling, relentless questions that few adults around him were willing to confront. He had been raised to believe that God watches, that God protects, that suffering has meaning, that life has purpose. But the death of his father had already shown him cracks in that narrative. Now, as he read scripture with a mind sharper than most adults, he began to sense inconsistencies, contradictions, human fingerprints hidden in divine words. It wasn't rebellion that guided him. It wasn't anger. It was curiosity, a curiosity sharpened by suffering and solitude. The more he studied theology, the more he saw how much of it depended on assumptions, traditions, fear, hope, and human need. His faith did not collapse suddenly. It eroded, gently, quietly, the way cliffs crumble under centuries of rain. Nietzsche still respected the beauty of religion, its music, its poetry, its moral aspirations. But the certainty was gone. He sensed that the foundations of Christian morality were built not on divine truth, but on human longing. He felt the need to ask questions that no preacher would welcome, questions that few believers even dare to think. And so the pastor's son began drifting away from the pastor's world, not through anger, but through growing insight. His childhood faith could not contain a mind designed to climb to the dizzying heights of philosophical truth. Chapter 4. The first questions no one could answer. Every child asks questions, but Nietzsche's questions were heavier, deeper, filled with a darkness far beyond his years. He asked, why does suffering exist? Why do the good suffer more than the wicked? Why do prayers go unanswered? Why does God permit injustice? Why is human nature so divided, so contradictory, so drawn to both light and shadow? The adults around him could only offer the same familiar answers. Answers meant for comfort, not for truth. God works in mysterious ways. Everything has a purpose. You must simply have faith. But Nietzsche felt in his bones that these explanations were not enough, that they avoided the real problem, that they wrapped suffering in soft cloth instead of confronting its raw, brutal presence. He sensed that the universe was not crafted around human morality, that life did not adjust itself to our expectations, that reality was independent of the stories we told ourselves. He asked questions no one could answer, not his family, not his teachers, not his church. And in that lack of answers, Nietzsche learned something that would become the foundation of his entire philosophy. To find truth, one must be willing to abandon comfort. Truth demands independence. Truth demands solitude. Truth demands courage. Truth demands that you walk into the darkness with no guarantee of light. These were lessons Nietzsche learned as a child, lessons that would later crystallize into the most radical, incendiary insights the modern world would ever encounter. Chapter 5. When Innocence Breaks. Childhood is supposed to be a sanctuary, a time of safety, of protection, of simplicity. For Nietzsche, childhood was none of these. His innocence broke early, not through violence or trauma, but through awareness. He saw too much. He felt too deeply. He questioned too relentlessly. He realized, long before most people ever do, that the world is not built to protect innocence, that suffering does not discriminate, that faith does not guarantee shelter, that meaning is not pre-written into existence. This break in innocence did not destroy him. It awakened him. It carved a hollow in his soul, a hollow where the old certainties drained out and where new truths began to gather like storm clouds preparing to strike. When innocence breaks in most people, they retreat. They cling to old beliefs. They seek escape. When innocence broke in Nietzsche, he advanced. He looked deeper. He dared to confront the fracture itself. He understood that life is fragile. That belief is fragile. That morality is fragile. That even the strongest structures can collapse in an instant. This early confrontation with brokenness gave him a clarity that few adults ever achieve. He saw the world not as it pretended to be, but as it truly was: raw, shifting, uncertain, held together not by divine intention, but by human need. And from this early vision, a new kind of philosopher began to form, one who would one day declare that the old world had ended and that humanity must build a new one from courage, from strength, from creativity, and from the ashes of its own illusions. The first cracks in Nietzsche's world were the first sparks of the fire that would one day consume the foundations of Western morality. The child who saw too much became the man who revealed too much. His innocence did not survive, but in its place rose a mind capable of transforming the spiritual destiny of the modern world. Part 4. The Scholar of Shadows. Chapter 1. Basel, the Ivory Tower. When Nietzsche arrived in Basel, he stepped into a world built out of stone, silence, and scholarship, an ivory tower rising above the ordinary rhythms of life. The university's old halls carried the faint scent of dust, parchment, and ideas long buried under centuries of tradition. Professors walked like ghosts of knowledge, drifting through corridors thick with history. To outsiders, Basel was a paradise for intellect, a sanctuary of learning, a place where the mind could expand without interruption. But for Nietzsche, it was something stranger. It was both refuge and prison, both sanctuary and cage. He was only 24, impossibly young for a professor, a prodigy whose brilliance startled even the academic elders who hired him. His lectures drew attention not because he sought the spotlight, but because he possessed a rare intensity. When he spoke, it was with the precision of someone who did not merely study ideas but lived them. Yet beneath his calm exterior, something restless pulsed, a force that did not belong to the quiet order of Basel, a volcanic spirit disguised in the robes of a scholar. In the whispering halls of university, Nietzsche felt the beginnings of a divergence, a sense that his mind walked paths the institution could not follow. Basel gave him structure, routine, intellectual companionship, but could not contain what was forming inside him. He had entered the ivory tower, but he was not meant to stay in towers. His destiny lay in the wilderness of thought, not behind academic walls. The scholar in Basel was only the shell. The philosopher behind him was growing sharper, deeper, more dangerous. Chapter 2. The Weight of Ancient Wisdom. At Basel, Nietzsche devoted himself to the study of the ancient Greeks, a civilization whose brilliance flickered like candlelight across the ruins of time. He read Homer not as poetry, but as prophecy. He approached the tragedies of Aeschylus and Sophocles not as plays, but as mirrors of the human soul. He traced the evolution of myth, the birth of reason, the early stirrings of metaphysics, always searching for the hidden forces beneath the surface. For Nietzsche, antiquity was not dead. It was alive, a living source of meaning and insight. The Greeks, he believed, understood something that modern Europe had forgotten: that life is not logical, that the world is not rational, that beneath civilization lies a wild, chaotic energy that cannot be tamed by morality or reason. He sensed in ancient wisdom two opposing forces: the Apollonian, serene and ordered, and the Dionysian, intoxicated and chaotic. These were not merely historical categories. They were psychological realities. They were spiritual currents shaping the destiny of all human beings. Nietzsche felt the weight of this duality pressing on him. He recognized the delicate balance within Greek tragedy, a balance between beauty and terror, order and chaos, creation and destruction. The Greeks did not hide from suffering. They wove it into their art. They did not flee from the abyss. They stared into it with open eyes. In their wisdom, Nietzsche found confirmation of something he had sensed since childhood: that life is not meant to be sanitized, that suffering is woven into existence, that the human spirit is strongest when it confronts, not avoids, darkness. The ancient world whispered truths that modern Europe refused to hear. And Nietzsche, listening alone in the quiet of his study, felt the ancient voices shaping his own. Chapter 3. Philology and the Search for Origins. Nietzsche's academic field was philology, the study of ancient texts, languages, and histories. To many, it was a dry discipline, meticulous, technical, methodical. But for Nietzsche, philology was not about grammar or manuscripts. It was about origins, roots, the hidden beginnings of culture and consciousness. He dissected language like a surgeon cutting into the body of civilization. He traced words back to their primal meanings, finding in them the remnants of forgotten worlds. He studied myths not as stories, but as psychological documents. He analyzed traditions not as customs, but as reflections of human fears and desires. Through philology, Nietzsche discovered something profound, that every value, every belief, every moral principle had a beginning, and therefore could have an end. Nothing was eternal. Nothing was final. Nothing was unquestionable. Even the most sacred truths had been shaped by the forces of history, evolving like living organisms. This insight was explosive. It planted seeds that would later grow into his greatest philosophical revelations. The genealogy of morals, the critique of Christianity, the death of God, the revaluation of all values. Philology gave Nietzsche a method, a way to cut through the illusions of modernity and trace ideas back to the psychological soil from which they grew. The more he searched for origins, the more he realized how fragile and constructed the modern world truly was. Philology became his scalpel. Truth became his patient. And Nietzsche, working in the shadows, became the surgeon of Western thought. Chapter 4. The restlessness behind the genius. But beneath the brilliance, beneath the mountain of scholarship, there was a growing restlessness Nietzsche could not ignore. Academia demanded stability. Nietzsche's mind demanded adventure. Academia sought precision. Nietzsche sought meaning. Academia wanted scholars to stay within borders. Nietzsche wanted to cross borders, erase borders, burn borders. He felt suffocated by the polite intellectualism of Basel, the quiet lectures, the endless footnotes, the lifeless conventions, the scholarly conversations that circled around truth without ever touching its burning core. He was expected to be a scholar. He was becoming something else entirely. His mind was sharpening into a blade. His intuition was evolving into a force. His spirit was growing too large for academic rooms. He sensed that he was not merely learning. He was preparing for a break, preparing for a leap, preparing for the eruption that would one day redefine the spiritual destiny of modern humanity. The restlessness grew like a pulse, a warning, a calling. He was beginning to realize what few scholars ever admit, that the pursuit of truth requires leaving safe places, that the deepest insights cannot survive in institutions, that the soul exhausts itself in confinement. Nietzsche was not meant to be a safe thinker. He was meant to be a dangerous one. And Basel, for all its prestige, could not contain the storm gathering inside him. Chapter 5. A mind too alive for academia. In time, it became obvious even to Nietzsche himself. He did not belong to a university. His ideas were too vivid, too volatile, too alive. They could not be shaped into academic arguments, nor confined to scholarly journals. They demanded a different form of expression, one born of solitude, suffering, and of freedom to write without constraint. Nietzsche's mind worked in flashes, explosions, epiphanies. He was not a builder of systems. He was a breaker of illusions. He wrote in fragments, in bursts of intensity, in aphorisms that carried the weight of entire worlds within single lines. This was not scholarship. This was revelation. His spirit did not belong in the ivory tower. It belonged on mountaintops, in forests, on long, lonely walks through vast silence, where ideas could breathe and expand without walls closing around them. His health deteriorated under the strain of academic life. His body protested. His nerves collapsed. His migraines grew monstrous. And so, in his early 30s, Nietzsche did the unthinkable. He walked away, away from fame, away from security, away from the career that promised intellectual comfort. He left Basel not in triumph, but in exhaustion, weak, trembling, yet inwardly determined. Because somewhere inside him, a voice had grown stronger than all the institutions around him. You were not born to preserve knowledge. You were born to transform it. Nietzsche stepped into the unknown, not as a scholar, but as a wanderer, not as a professor, but as a prophet, not as a thinker in service of tradition, but as the volcano preparing to reshape the very ground of Western thought. The scholar of shadows had ended. The visionary of fire was about to begin. Part 5. The Death of God. Chapter 1. The Collapse of the Old World. For more than 1,000 years, Europe had walked beneath the shelter of a single, towering truth. A truth so vast, so unquestioned, so deeply interwoven with every heartbeat of life that people no longer saw it as a belief. They saw it as the structure of existence itself. God was not merely worshipped. He was assumed. He was the architect of morality, the author of meaning, the invisible foundation beneath every human hope and fear. But as Nietzsche looked across the landscape of his century, he saw something both silent and catastrophic. The foundation was cracking, not with thunder, not with flames, not with open rebellion, but with a quiet, growing disbelief that spread slowly through universities, through scientific discoveries, through political revolutions, through the shifting consciousness of ordinary people. The collapse did not come through violence. It came through understanding, through inquiry, through the slow erosion of certainty. God did not fall, he faded, and the old world, built upon his presence, began to sink into trembling instability. Nietzsche felt the earthquake long before others noticed it. He sensed that Europe was living inside a dead structure, still walking among the ruins of its former faith, too afraid to admit that the pillars had already turned to dust. He realized that the collapse of God was not merely a theological shift. It was a spiritual catastrophe, one that would reshape the course of human destiny. And in that collapse, Nietzsche heard the beginning of a new age, an age not of enlightenment, but of existential crisis. The old world had fallen. The new world had not yet risen. Humanity stood between them, trembling in the dark. Chapter 2. A Europe without spiritual gravity. There is a moment, just after a star collapses, when gravity disappears. The surrounding planets drift, uncertain, anchorless, caught in a cosmic silence. This is what Nietzsche saw in Europe, a civilization without spiritual gravity. Once morality had weight, values had authority, life had direction. Now all of it drifted. People still spoke of good and evil, but the divine force that had once given those words shape no longer held them in orbit. Without gravity, everything floats. Nietzsche observed a culture trying desperately to keep its moral language while removing the God who had once guaranteed it. He saw that Europe was pretending to believe in values it no longer understood, pretending to uphold ideals it no longer felt, pretending to stand on ground that had already dissolved. People continued the rituals, the traditions, the moral habits, but they did so without conviction. Nietzsche understood that this moment was far more dangerous than open atheism. It was hollow belief, empty faith, moral inertia. Europe had become a vast spiritual theater where the actors still performed the old script long after the author had vanished. Without spiritual gravity, humanity began to drift, not upward but sideways, into confusion, into apathy, into cultural weightlessness. Nietzsche saw this drifting not as freedom, but as a sickness that would soon require a cure far more radical than anyone imagined. Chapter 3. The moral vacuum left behind. When a great light goes out, darkness does not rush in violently. It seeps, quietly, slowly, filling the spaces where illumination once lived. This is what Nietzsche foresaw, a moral vacuum expanding across the Western world. Without God, morality had no foundation, no objective anchor, no universal authority. What once seemed absolute now appeared relative. What once seemed sacred now appeared constructed. What once seemed eternal now appeared temporary. Nietzsche realized that when the source of moral truth disappears, people do not immediately become wicked. They become disoriented. What should one live for? What should one sacrifice for? What should one believe? What should one hope? What values should guide the future? These questions, once answered by religion, now return to humanity like unanswered letters. And Nietzsche, more clearly than anyone, understood the horror embedded inside this vacuum. Not the horror of evil, but the horror of insignificance. Humans do not fear wickedness as much as meaninglessness. They fear the possibility that their suffering has no purpose, their sacrifices no reward, their morality no eternal witness. This vacuum was the silent catastrophe of Nietzsche's century. A collapse not of churches, but of meaning. A collapse not of rituals, but of spiritual orientation. A world without God was not simply a world without theology. It was a world without moral direction, a compass spinning wildly in the dark. And Nietzsche knew that if no new direction emerged, humanity would fall not into peace, but into despair. Chapter 4. The frightening freedom of a godless future. For most, the disappearance of God was not liberation. It was vertigo. Freedom is a double-edged power. It gives wings and removes the sky. In a godless world, human beings are no longer protected, no longer guided, no longer relieved of responsibility. There's no divine plan, no cosmic guardian, no predestined purpose, no eternal judgment, no celestial order to fall back on. Only freedom. And freedom, Nietzsche knew, is terrifying, because freedom means you must choose your own values. You must create your own meaning. You must bear your own suffering. You must justify your own existence. No God will do it for you. Most people, Nietzsche realized, cannot endure that burden. They seek structure. They seek authority. They seek someone to tell them who they are and why they matter. Without God, that comfort disappears, and in its place stands the vast, cold expanse of human possibility, a landscape with no path, no map, no destination. This is the frightening freedom Nietzsche saw approaching, a freedom that would demand unprecedented strength, unprecedented courage, unprecedented creativity. Most would try to escape it by returning to old beliefs or by seeking new idols, political, ideological, or moral. But a rare few, Nietzsche believed, would face this freedom directly and step into a new era of human self-creation. Freedom is not a gift. It is a test, one that modern humanity was utterly unprepared for. Chapter 5. The aftershock no one was prepared for. The death of God was not an event of Nietzsche's day. It was a prophecy of a coming age when the foundations of meaning would collapse entirely. An age of spiritual disorientation, existential anxiety, mass confusion, cultural fragmentation, ideological extremism. Nietzsche foresaw that when God dies, something else will arise to fill the void. Not peace, but fanaticism. Not unity, but tribal conflict. Not enlightenment, but chaos. The aftershock would not be felt immediately. It would unfold over generations. Nietzsche saw the darkness approaching. The rise of nihilism, the hunger for new gods, the rebirth of dogma in secular forms, the danger of ideologies pretending to replace truth. He saw that humanity would cling to movements, to utopias, to political saviors, to moral crusades. Anything to escape the burden of freedom and the horror of meaninglessness. He warned that the collapse of God would shake every institution, every value, every identity. He knew that the 20th century would become the proving ground for his prediction, and that the 21st century would still be living in its shadow. Nietzsche offered not comfort, but clarity. He held up a mirror to a civilization that had lost its anchor and asked, "What will you build in the ruins? Who will you become? What values will rise from the ashes of the old world?" The aftershock of God's death was not destruction. It was possibility, but only for those strong enough to face the void without collapsing into it. Part 6. The Abyss Opens. Chapter 1. The Silence Beneath Meaning. There comes a moment in every thinking life when the world suddenly grows quiet. Not the peaceful quiet of night, but a deeper, more disorienting silence. A silence beneath meaning. For Nietzsche, this silence arrived not as an event, but as a gradual revelation, the slow uncovering of a truth that had always been there, waiting behind the noise of belief. He realized that human beings spend most of their lives shielding themselves from the nakedness of existence, from the raw, unfiltered reality that lies beneath their rituals, their morals, their traditions, their stories of purpose and destiny. We speak of meaning the way children speak of magic, with hope, with longing, with the fear that if we look too closely, the spell might break. And Nietzsche looked closely. Beneath the inherited values, beneath the religious promises, beneath the cultural habits that people cling to as if they were anchors in a storm, he found nothing. Not chaos, not evil, just nothingness. A silence vast enough to swallow all certainty. This silence was not a void of despair. It was simply the absence of predefined meaning, an existential desert stretching endlessly in all directions with no map and no guide. Most people live their entire lives refusing to hear this silence. They drown it out with distractions, with doctrines, with certainty. But Nietzsche listened, and in that listening, the abyss first revealed itself to him, not as a threat, but as a truth. Meaning was not built into the world. It was something the human spirit would have to create. The silence beneath meaning was not the end. It was the beginning. Chapter 2. The question no religion can answer. Religion had given humanity many answers. Consolation in suffering, structure in chaos, moral laws to ease the burden of choice. But there was one question that no religion, no doctrine, no sacred story could ever fully satisfy. Nietzsche asked it early, quietly, with the seriousness of someone who had tasted loss before he had tasted life. Why does existence need meaning at all? Not what the meaning is, not where it comes from, not how to live within it, but the deeper question, why does the universe owe us meaning? Religions answered with myths, with doctrines, with divine will. But to Nietzsche, these answers felt like patches placed over a crack in the human spirit, comforting perhaps, but not honest. If suffering persisted, if injustice thrived, if death struck without discrimination, then any claim of cosmic order felt fragile, too fragile for a mind like Nietzsche's. He saw that religion offered explanations designed to soothe the heart, not satisfy the mind. When he looked into the world, he saw no divine script, no cosmic plan, no moral architecture written into the stars. He saw human beings projecting meaning outward because they trembled at the thought of facing a universe without it. Religion could answer many questions, but not the first one, not the deepest one. And so Nietzsche stepped beyond it, into a vast philosophical wilderness where the ground beneath his feet shifted with every step. The absence of divine answers was not the problem. It was the opportunity. It was the space where new truths could be born. Chapter 3. The Terror of Radical Freedom. Freedom sounds beautiful until one begins to feel its weight. As Nietzsche contemplated the godless world that lay ahead of humanity, he realized that freedom, true freedom, is not liberation from rules. It is liberation from guarantees. The old world had promised structure, a moral order, a cosmic purpose, a divine judge, a shepherd watching over the trembling flock. But in the new world, there would be no shepherd, no absolute truth, no prewritten destiny, only the individual, alone with the terrifying responsibility of determining meaning for themselves. Nietzsche understood what most feared to admit. Freedom is heavier than obedience. Obedience offers comfort. It offers clarity. It offers a map. Freedom offers nothing except possibility. Radical freedom means no one will save you. No one will justify your choices. No one will give you meaning. No one will relieve you of the burden of becoming. This insight was not celebration. It was dread. Because when humanity faces freedom without preparation, it often collapses into ideology, into fanaticism, into numbness, into self-destruction. The terror of freedom is not the openness of a world. It is the exposure of the self, a self now responsible for filling the silence with its own voice. Most people flee from this responsibility. They trade freedom for comfort, authenticity for certainty, philosophical courage for spiritual sedation. But Nietzsche believed that a new kind of human being could emerge from this crisis, one strong enough to bear the weight of freedom without running from it. But before that transformation could occur, the abyss had to open, and humanity had to stand on its edge. Chapter 4. The Void That Stares Back. There is a moment when one peers too deeply into questioning, when the world no longer reflects back the face one expects. A moment when all the values, all the beliefs, all the assumptions melt away like frost under a rising sun. This is the void, the moment when the universe offers no answer. Not because the answer is hidden, but because it never existed. Nietzsche knew that this void is not empty space. It is a mirror. And what one sees in that mirror is not the universe, but oneself. The void stares back with a cold, unblinking truth. There is no guidance outside of you. There is no meaning outside of you. There is no moral compass outside of you. There is no cosmic purpose waiting for you. There is only the terrifying question: who will you become when nothing outside yourself can tell you who you are? Most turn away. The abyss overwhelms them. They retreat into old comforts, old beliefs, old illusions. They prefer a comforting lie to a naked truth. But Nietzsche believed that only those who can withstand the stare of the void can ever hope to create themselves authentically. To endure the abyss is to confront one's own potential and one's own nothingness. The void is not the enemy. It is the test of whether one's spirit is strong enough to justify its own existence. Chapter 5. Learning to walk along the edge. To look into the abyss is dangerous. To fall into it is catastrophic. But Nietzsche believed there's a third possibility, a rare, transformative possibility. To learn to walk along its edge, not denying the void, not surrendering to it, but moving beside it with awareness, with courage, with balance. Walking along the edge means seeing the emptiness and choosing to create meaning anyway, feeling the weight of freedom and choosing to stand tall under it, knowing life has no inherent purpose and choosing to sculpt one from one's own will, recognizing suffering as inevitable and choosing to transform it into strength. Most people stand far from the edge, afraid to approach it. Others fall in, unable to bear the truth. But a rare few, the ones Nietzsche later called the higher spirits, learn to navigate the edge with grace. They do not flee from the abyss. They master it. They speak with clarity in a world full of confusion. They create values when the world has none. They build meaning from the raw material of existence itself. They rise not because the universe lifts them, but because they lift themselves. Walking along the edge is the beginning of becoming. Becoming free, becoming responsible, becoming authentic, becoming powerful, becoming whole. In the death of old certainties, in the silence of the void, in the terror of freedom, in the absence of answers, Nietzsche saw not destruction, but birth. The abyss opens, and from its cold depths the possibility of a new kind of human being begins to rise. Part 7. Will to Power. Chapter 1. Life's Hidden Pulse. Beneath everything visible, beneath the cities, the crowds, the rituals, the arguments, the beliefs, Nietzsche sensed a deeper rhythm pulsing through existence. Not moral, not logical, not divine, something older, something primal, something woven into the very structure of life itself. A hidden pulse, plants stretching toward the sun, even when the soil is thin, animals fighting for territory, even when injured, human beings reaching for greatness, even when burdened by suffering, doubt, or despair. Life was not passive. It was not gentle. It did not simply endure. It pushed. It expanded. It intensified. Nietzsche saw that every living thing, from the smallest seed to the greatest philosopher, was driven by an inner force, a need not merely to survive, but to grow, to rise, to express its inner power. This was the will to power, not a doctrine, not a theory, but a recognition, a philosophical heartbeat. Life is not content with stagnation. Life wants more life. It wants to become stronger, sharper, fuller, more itself. Behind every action, every desire, every fear, Nietzsche felt this silent force working, shaping the direction of existence. The will to power was not about domination. It was about expansion, the flowering of potential, the inner thrust of the soul toward greater expression. This was the pulse Nietzsche felt in the depths of human nature, a pulse often hidden beneath the noise of society, but always waiting, always pushing, always alive. Chapter 2. Beyond Survival. Most philosophies stop at survival, at pleasure, at utility, at comfort. They assume the purpose of life is simply to avoid suffering, to seek safety, to maintain stability. But Nietzsche looked deeper. Survival alone, he believed, is not enough to explain the human hunger for challenge, for creation, for the unknown. If survival were the goal, human beings would seek peace, not ambition. They would seek certainty, not art. They would seek safety, not knowledge. They would seek stability, not transformation. But humans do not behave like creatures content with survival. We climb mountains that do not need to be climbed. We create art that does not feed us. We pursue dreams that tear us apart. We risk everything for meaning, for expression, for truth, for transcendence. Survival explains the body. It does not explain the soul. Nietzsche saw that humans are driven by something deeper than safety, something fierce and luminous. The desire to overcome oneself, to break through internal limits, to rise above old identities, to step into a fuller version of one's own being. This is why suffering does not simply destroy us. Why hardship can sometimes awaken us. Why even in pain, something inside us whispers, become more, become greater, become who you are. The will to power is the force that drives life beyond survival, beyond comfort, toward the heights of self-transformation. It is the fire that pushes humanity toward its fullest potential. Chapter 3. The Inner Forces That Shape Us. To understand the will to power, Nietzsche looked not at politics or society, but at psychology, the secret battles inside every human being. He believed the self was not one thing, but many. Instincts, desires, impulses, fears, dreams, resentments, strengths, weaknesses. 1,000 inner forces pulling in different directions. And beneath this chaotic interior, Nietzsche sensed a deeper organizing principle. The will to power weaving through the fragments of the self, trying to bring them into alignment. Not by suppressing them, but by orchestrating them. To him, inner life was a battlefield, not between good and evil, but between competing forces within the soul. Some forces want comfort, some want risk, some want love, some want isolation, some want greatness, some want disappearance. And the will to power is the force that seeks to integrate these impulses into a coherent direction, a direction that expresses the deepest potential of the individual. This is why Nietzsche believed every human being is a becoming, a process, a work in progress. The will to power is not violent. It is creative. It is the inner architect shaping the future self, the force that urges us to move from lower to higher states of being, not by rejecting our nature, but by mastering it. To Nietzsche, everything we become is shaped by this hidden dynamic, the struggle of inner forces and the power that brings them into harmony. Chapter 4. Strength as Spiritual Expression. Nietzsche's idea of strength has nothing to do with physical domination or control over others. His vision of strength is spiritual. It is the strength of someone who has confronted their own suffering, their own weakness, their own shadow, and transformed it into clarity. It is the strength of someone who does not lie to themselves, who does not hide from their own depths, who bears the weight of their own freedom without collapsing into excuses or illusions. Strength, for Nietzsche, is not conquest. It is consciousness. Consciousness of one's drives, one's desires, one's fears, one's motives, one's potential. True strength is inner command, the ability to shape your own character rather than be shaped by the world around you. It is the power to endure suffering without bitterness, success without arrogance, freedom without fear. Strength is not loud. It is not dramatic. It is not violent. It is quiet, steady, radiant, a deep inner alignment of all the forces within the soul. This is why Nietzsche saw strength as a form of authenticity, the full expression of one's own being, unmasked, undiluted, unafraid. Strength is spiritual because it comes from the spirit, not from the body, not from domination, not from hierarchy, but from the profound courage to be oneself without retreat. Chapter 5. Power as becoming, not domination. The modern world misunderstands Nietzsche because it interprets power as domination, as the ability to control or overpower others. But Nietzsche meant something very different. Power, for him, is becoming. It is growth, transformation, expansion of inner possibility, self-elevation, self-creation. Power is the ability to transform suffering into strength, wounds into wisdom, fear into courage, chaos into clarity. Power is not oppression. It is self-overcoming. It is the process by which the self moves beyond what it was yesterday, even if that movement is painful. For Nietzsche, the greatest power is the ability to become deeper, to become stronger, to become freer, to become more honest, to become more alive, to become the highest version of one's own potential. This is why Nietzsche believed the will to power is the core of life, not as domination, but as the inner drive towards self-actualization. Power is not a destination. It is a direction, not a possession, a process, not control over the world, control over the self. To live according to the will to power is to live a life in which one is constantly transforming, constantly rising, constantly becoming, like a flame that does not burn out but burns upward. This is the essence of Nietzsche's vision. Life is not meant to be accepted. It is meant to be shaped, not endured, but intensified, not obeyed, but created. Power is not what we have. It is what we become. Part 8. Master and Slave. Chapter 1. The Birth of Two Moralities. Long before Nietzsche put language to it, humanity had already divided itself into two unseen spiritual camps, two ways of interpreting life, two modes of valuing, two moralities that moved silently through history like opposing winds. One arose from strength, the other from weakness. One was the morality of those who felt powerful enough to shape their lives. The other, the morality of those who felt life was something done to them. Nietzsche traced these moralities not through scripture or philosophy, but through psychology, the hidden impulses beneath the words good and evil. He saw that morality is not universal, not objective, not God-given. It is born from human experience, from the position one holds in the social and spiritual hierarchy. In the earliest societies, those who felt strong, capable, full of life's energy called themselves good. Good meant noble, brave, truthful, powerful, life-affirming. Bad meant merely weak, cowardly, timid. Their morality grew from abundance. But for the oppressed, the powerless, the fearful, a different morality formed, quietly, secretly, beneath the pressure of domination. Those who could not act outwardly turned inward. They called the strong wicked. They called themselves virtuous. They sanctified endurance. They glorified humility. They praised obedience. Their morality grew from lack. Thus the two moralities emerged, not as philosophical theories, but as psychological necessities. Master morality, born from strength. Slave morality, born from weakness. Nietzsche did not judge them morally. He revealed them. He exposed their origins with a clarity that pierced the foundations of Western ethics. Morality, he realized, is not a reflection of the universe. It is a mirror held up by human beings to justify the conditions of their inner worlds. and the world has been living under the conflict of these two moralities ever since. Chapter 2. Resentment as Creation. To understand slave morality, Nietzsche looked into one of the most powerful forces within the human soul, a force rarely acknowledged, yet shaping entire civilizations. Resentment. Resentment is not anger, not rebellion, not hatred in its raw form. Resentment is a slow-burning poison that forms when a person feels powerless to act against what they envy or fear. The oppressed cannot strike back. The weak cannot confront the strong. The fearful cannot express their rage directly. So they transform their powerlessness into morality. They reinterpret their condition. They revise their values. They reshape the world inside their minds to make themselves righteous and the strong guilty. This transformation is subtle and psychological. I cannot act, so I will resent. I cannot win, so I will redefine winning. I cannot be strong, so I will say that strength is evil. In this way, resentment becomes creative. It invents virtues as masks for weakness, humility as goodness, obedience as righteousness, meekness as piety, self-denial as holiness. And it invents vices as shadows for strength, pride as sin, assertiveness as wickedness, ambition as corruption, self-expression as evil. Slave morality turns limitation into moral glory. It turns defeat into spiritual superiority. It turns I cannot into I must not. This psychological reversal shaped entire religions, entire cultures, entire ages. Nietzsche saw that resentment was not simply an emotion. It was an engine, a spiritual machine that created values by flipping the polarity of life. Resentment became one of the hidden architects of Western morality. Not God, not reason, not universal truth, but psychological need. Chapter 3. Weakness turning itself into virtue. The deepest insight Nietzsche offered was not that there are different moralities, but that weakness had disguised itself as virtue. He saw that the powerless, in order to bear their suffering, began to reinterpret their condition as morally superior. They told themselves, "It is good to be humble. It is noble to obey. It is righteous to turn the other cheek. It is holy to deny oneself. It is virtuous to suppress desire." But behind these ideals, Nietzsche saw something softer, darker, more human. The attempt to spiritualize weakness, to transform vulnerability into moral salvation, to turn inability into ethical victory. This transformation was not evil. It was understandable. It was the psychology of survival. When one cannot rise, one declares rising unnecessary. When one cannot fight, one elevates peace. When one cannot express power, one condemns power itself. Nietzsche understood that values born from weakness tend to sanctify passivity, obedience, self-sacrifice, and guilt. And because they appeal to the many, to the suffering, to the downtrodden, to the fearful, they spread quickly. Weakness became virtue. Strength became vice. And the world inverted its values, not through reason, but through emotional necessity. This moral inversion became the foundation of European ethics, a foundation Nietzsche believed was built upon self-deception. To him, moral history was not the triumph of goodness. It was the triumph of weakness disguised as goodness. Chapter 4. Strength questioning its own right to exist. Slave morality gained power not through force, but through guilt. It made the strong question their strength. It made the noble question their nobility. It made the powerful question their right to exist. It whispered into the hearts of the courageous. Your greatness hurts others. Your confidence is arrogance. Your ambition is cruelty. Your self-belief is sin. The strong began to doubt themselves, to hide their natural impulses, to suppress their vitality. They grew ashamed of their own desires. Nietzsche saw that this psychological reversal was one of the most profound tragedies of human history. The internalization of guilt by the strong. The lion convinced that it should be a lamb. The eagle believing it should crawl. the spirit meant to soar trapped by the moral chains of pity, duty, and humility. Nietzsche's critique was not that the strong should dominate. It was that the strong should not be spiritually shamed for their strength. He wanted strength to question weakness, not the other way around. He saw that humanity's highest potential had been suffocated by moral codes designed not to elevate the noble, but to comfort the fragile. The tragedy was not oppression by the strong. It was self-destruction by the strong, the sacrifice of their own potential to satisfy a morality that condemned life's natural energy. Strength began to doubt itself, and in that doubt, human greatness dimmed. Chapter 5. The Great Moral Reversal. Nietzsche believed that the moral history of the West was defined by one event, the Great Reversal of Values, a reversal in which the powerful became the guilty and the powerless became the righteous, a reversal in which life's natural vitality was painted as sin and life's natural caution was painted as virtue, a reversal in which humanity moved away from aspiration, bravery, creativity, and self-overcoming and toward meekness, guilt, self-denial, and obedience. A world upside down. Nietzsche's task was not to destroy morality. It was to reveal its origins, to show that our values were not sacred, not absolute, not divine, but human creations born from psychological need. He wanted to clear the ground so that new values could be built, values that affirm life, embrace strength, celebrate creativity, and honor the individual's power to become. The great moral reversal was not the end. It was the beginning of Nietzsche's greatest vision, the revaluation of all values, a turning once more toward vitality, toward courage, toward intentional becoming, not the morality of domination, but the morality of self-overcoming, not the morality of guilt, but the morality of growth, not the morality of weakness, but the morality of rising. Humanity had been living under inverted values for nearly 2 millennia. Nietzsche came to turn the world upright again, and in doing so, he lit the first spark of a new ethics, one forged not from fear, but from fire. Part 9. The Übermensch. Chapter 1. The Human as a Bridge. In Nietzsche's vision, human beings are not final creatures. We are not complete. We are not finished. We are not the pinnacle of evolution. We are the bridge between what we were and what we have the potential to become. Humanity, for Nietzsche, is transition, a narrow, fragile passage suspended over an abyss between the animal behind us and the higher possibility ahead. The Übermensch, the overhuman, the higher human, is not a biological mutation, but a spiritual transformation. It is the being that stands on the far side of the bridge, calling to us, challenging us, drawing us forward. The human being, as we know, is a rope stretched between 2 realms, instinct and consciousness, fear and freedom, weight and wings, inheritance and possibility. Most cling desperately to the rope, afraid to move, afraid to fall, afraid of the vastness below. But Nietzsche tells us, you are not meant to cling. You're meant to cross. The Übermensch is the horizon toward which we must walk, step by trembling step, knowing that the bridge may sway, that the wind may rise, that the abyss may whisper our name. The human as a bridge is the most unsettling idea Nietzsche ever offered, not because it diminishes us, but because it reveals how far we still have to go. We are not the meaning of life. We are the passage toward meaning. We are not the final chapter. We're the prologue, and the Übermensch is the chapter yet unwritten. Chapter 2. The Self Yet to be Born. To speak of the Übermensch is to speak of the future self, the self within us that is not yet awakened. It is the self buried beneath our conditioning, our fears, our guilt, our culture, our inherited morality. Most people live as fragments of what they could be, pulled by instincts, shaped by society, restrained by habit, deformed by expectation. But Nietzsche believed that there exists in each of us a deeper, more powerful self, the self that could exist if we dare to shed what is unnecessary and embrace the fullness of our own becoming. This unborn self is not given at birth. It is created, created through suffering, through self-reflection, through the refusal to remain small, through the courage to reject what is false and embrace what is fearfully true. The Übermensch is the self that emerges after one has passed through the fire of doubt, the fire of collapse, the fire of self-overcoming. It is not perfection. It is authenticity. It is wholeness. It is the awakening of a will that no longer hides behind excuses. The self yet to be born is the highest possibility within us. The version of ourselves that life whispers to in moments of silence, in moments of pain, in moments when the soul senses that it was meant for something more. And that birth is not a moment. It is a lifelong ascent. The Übermensch is not a person. It is a process. The process of becoming who we truly are. Chapter 3. The artist of his own soul. To Nietzsche, the Übermensch is not a ruler, not a tyrant, not a conqueror of others. He is a creator, a sculptor of his own being. Life, for the Übermensch, is not something to endure, but something to shape. He carved his character as a master sculptor carves stone, with patience, with precision, with love, with intensity. He does not inherit values. He creates them. He does not follow paths. He builds them. He does not obey his impulses blindly. He organizes them. He orchestrates them. Every day is a creative act. Every decision is a brushstroke. Every struggle is a chisel blow against the marble of the self. He lives not as a creature of circumstance, but as a conscious artist designing his own destiny. This creativity is not outward. It is inward. It is the crafting of one's own soul. The Übermensch does not seek validation. He does not seek applause. He does not seek approval. He seeks depth. He seeks clarity. He seeks the highest expression of his own inner potential. And like all great artists, he must endure solitude, misunderstanding, difficulty, and the quiet terror of standing alone before the blank canvas of life. To be the artist of one's own soul is the most difficult task of all, the task that only the bravest ever truly attempt. For most would rather inherit an identity than create one. But the Übermensch creates himself. Chapter 4. The courage to outgrow humanity. To approach the Übermensch is to enter a realm where few dare to walk, the realm of self-transcendence. Most people want comfort, certainty, reassurance, community, sameness. They want the familiar walls of tradition, morality, belief, obedience. But the Übermensch demands freedom, a freedom so deep, so terrifying, so expansive that it requires the breaking of old limits. To outgrow humanity is not to reject human nature, but to surpass its limitations. It is to rise above, herd morality, herd thinking, herd fear. It is to no longer be governed by the instinct to fit in, to follow, to hide within the crowd. The courage to outgrow humanity is the courage to accept the loneliness of becoming. It is the recognition that higher values are created in solitude, that deeper insights are born in silence, that spiritual strength emerges only when one steps away from the comfort of the many and the safety of the familiar. To outgrow humanity is to walk beyond what most people call identity and step into a vast, trembling freedom where the self becomes its own source of light. It is a spiritual ascent that demands suffering, suffering not as punishment, but as purification. Only those who dare to stand alone can ever hope to rise beyond themselves. This courage is the heartbeat of the Übermensch. Chapter 5. Why most will never choose this path. Nietzsche never believed that humanity as a whole would move toward the Übermensch. He knew the path was too steep, too solitary, too demanding. Most people prefer comfort over freedom, security over possibility, familiarity over transformation. It is easier to follow morality than to create one. Easier to inherit beliefs than to question them. Easier to belong to a group than to become an individual. The path to the Übermensch demands self-honesty so radical it destroys illusions. Self-discipline so deep it reshapes instinct. Self-courage so fierce it overcomes fear. Self-creation so profound it breaks the patterns of an entire lifetime. Most will never choose this path because the burden of becoming is heavier than the chains of obedience. Most will never choose this path because freedom is frightening and responsibility even more so. Most will never choose this path because the human being, for all its longing, often fears its own potential more than its own suffering. Nietzsche did not condemn the many. He simply understood them. The Übermensch is not a mass movement. It is a rare event, a spiritual mutation, a solitary flame in a world afraid of fire. Most will never choose this path, but those who do light the way forward for the future of humanity. Nietzsche's vision was not for everyone. It was for the few who feel the call of the heights whispering through the depths of their own soul. Part 10. Eternal Recurrence. Chapter 1. The Thought That Tests the Soul. There are ideas that inform, ideas that inspire, ideas that challenge, and then there are ideas that shake the entire architecture of the self, ideas so heavy that the soul trembles beneath their weight. Nietzsche offered one such idea, eternal recurrence. Not a doctrine, not a belief, not a scientific hypothesis, but a test designed not for the mind, but for the deepest chambers of the human spirit. The idea is deceptively simple. What if your life, every moment, every triumph, every mistake, every joy, every heartbreak, every failure, every regret, every suffering were to repeat again and again and again, forever? What if time were not a line, but a circle? What if the universe, infinite in energy but finite in form, brought everything back exactly as it is now, for all eternity? Nietzsche knew that this thought was not meant to be believed. It was meant to be felt, like a weight on the chest that reveals the strength of your lungs, like a shadow in a dream that reveals the shape of your fear. Eternal recurrence was meant to break you open, to reveal the truth of how you live, not through morality, not through judgment, but through the simple, terrifying question: could you bear to relive your life? Chapter 2. Would you repeat your life forever? Imagine a messenger standing before you. Not an angel, not a demon, but something ancient and indifferent, something that has watched countless cycles of existence. He whispers a truth. This life, exactly as you have lived it, you will live again. Every detail, every choice, every silence, every hesitation, every wound, every joy, every mischance, and every forgotten dream. At first, the mind resists. It shakes, it twists, it looks for escape. Because we are taught to believe that life progresses, that growth means leaving the past behind, that time heals all wounds, that mistakes dissolve into memory. But eternal recurrence denies all escape. It says, no moment can be erased. No decision can be undone. No fragment of your life can be avoided in the next circle. What was lived must be lived again. This idea does not ask, are you happy? It asks something far more precise. Have you lived in such a way that you would willingly repeat it? Would you choose your life if you had to live it eternally? Would you choose your habits, your relationships, your sacrifices, your fears, your compromises, your cowardices, your moments of cruelty, your moments of courage? Eternal recurrence stands before the soul like a mirror without distortion. The image it reflects is the truth of your existence. Chapter 3. The Weight of Infinite Return. To feel the full impact of eternal recurrence is to feel a weight that settles slowly upon the heart. This is not the weight of punishment. It is the weight of truth, because eternal recurrence removes the illusion of later. Most people live as though life is rehearsal, as though meaning will come tomorrow, as though courage can wait, as though forgiveness can be postponed, as though happiness is somewhere in the distance. Eternal recurrence says, there is no later. There is only this, and this will repeat forever. Suddenly, every moment gains gravity. Every choice becomes monumental. Every breath carries the fullness of eternity. If you treat someone with cruelty, you will do so forever. If you avoid your calling, you will avoid it forever. If you live half asleep, your sleep will never end. If you waste your days, your waste will echo endlessly. Nothing becomes meaningless. Everything becomes eternal. This weight is not meant to crush. It is meant to awaken, because the thought of infinite return forces the self to ask, what kind of life is worthy of being lived again? Not once, not twice, but eternally. What values must guide such a life? What courage must shape it? What depth must sustain it? Eternal recurrence strips away illusions and leaves only the raw truth of how we have lived, or failed to live. Chapter 4. Living without regret. Regret is the poison that gathers in the corners of life. Quiet, persistent, corrosive. Most people carry regrets like unseen weights. The love not pursued, the dream abandoned, the words left unsaid, the fear obeyed, the truth avoided, the self betrayed. Regret is tolerable as long as we believe that life is linear, that the past is gone, that what's done is done. But eternal recurrence removes that escape. It turns regret into an eternal companion. The thought forces a question. How must I live so that regret dissolves? Not because the past can change, but because the future must be shaped with enough courage to transform its meaning. To live without regret is not to live without mistakes. It is to live in such a way that mistakes contribute to the story rather than contaminate it. It means choosing paths that align with your deepest nature. It means living honestly instead of conveniently. It means embracing risk instead of hiding behind fear. It means loving fully instead of protecting yourself from heartbreak. Regret fades when life is lived with intentionality, with courage, with self-respect, with an unbroken commitment to becoming who you truly are. Eternal recurrence is not a threat. It is an invitation, live in such a way that you could welcome the repetition instead of fearing it. Chapter 5. The Yes that Transforms Existence. At the heart of eternal recurrence lies a possibility so profound that Nietzsche called it the ultimate test of strength. The ability to say, not reluctantly, not fearfully, but joyfully, yes, let return. Let every moment return. Let my life be repeated exactly as it is forever. This is not resignation. It is affirmation, the deepest, most powerful affirmation of existence possible. To say yes to eternal recurrence is to love your life not because it is perfect, but because it is yours, because every scar, every failure, every wound has shaped the soul into something strong, something wise, something capable of gratitude. This yes is the birth of the higher human. The moment the spirit becomes strong enough to bless its own suffering and embrace its own destiny. It is the moment when the self stops wishing for another life and begins to create a life that deserves to be repeated. This is what Nietzsche desired. Not a doctrine, not a metaphysical claim, but a transformation of the human heart. A transformation so profound that it makes a person capable of saying, I would not alter a single breath of the life I have lived. This yes is the radiance of the Übermensch. The yes that transforms pain into meaning. The yes that transforms limitation into creativity. The yes that transforms existence into a work of art. Eternal recurrence is not a theory. It is a challenge to become someone who can affirm life completely, to carry suffering with dignity, to carry freedom with courage, to carry responsibility with grace, to live so fully that the thought of repetition is not a burden, but a blessing. This is the yes that echoes beyond time, the yes that transforms existence from mere endurance into eternal affirmation. Part 11. Nihilism. Chapter 1. When values lose their light. There comes a moment in cultural history when the great lanterns that once illuminated the human journey begin to flicker. Not all at once, not with dramatic collapse, but quietly, the way a candle gutters when the air around it no longer sustains its flame. This moment, Nietzsche believed, had arrived for the Western world. Values that had once guided humanity, moral duties, religious truths, spiritual convictions, belief in purpose, faith in meaning, began to dim. People still spoke of virtue. People still performed rituals. People still recited the old moral vocabulary. But inside those words, something had gone hollow. Virtue remained, but its foundation was unstable. Purpose remained, but its origins were uncertain. Faith remained, but its fire had cooled. Values were losing their light. Not because people rejected them, but because people no longer believed in the cosmic order that had once given those values authority. It was the beginning of a slow and quiet eclipse. Nietzsche felt this eclipse everywhere, in the classrooms, in the churches, in the literature, in the hesitant tone with which modern people spoke of morality and meaning. The world was entering a shadowed era, not of chaos, but of disorientation, a time when humanity walked with dim lanterns through landscapes it once knew by heart. Nihilism begins here, in the moment when values still exist, but the light that sustained them has almost disappeared. The world was not yet fallen, but it was fading. Chapter 2. Passive Nihilism. Collapse into emptiness. Nietzsche distinguished between two forms of nihilism. The first was passive nihilism, the quiet collapse of a person or a culture unable to bear the loss of meaning. Passive nihilism is not loud. It is not violent. It does not declare itself. It is the slow sinking of the human spirit into a state of resignation. It whispers, "Nothing matters. There is no purpose. Life is merely survival. Values are illusions. I'm tired of wanting. I'm tired of trying. I am tired." Passive nihilism is spiritual exhaustion, the loss of the ability to care, to strive, to hope. It manifests in many forms: distraction, apathy, cynicism, addiction, escapism, comfort-seeking, emotional numbness. It is the psychological retreat that happens when people realize their inherited values no longer guide them, but they lack the strength or imagination to create new ones. Nietzsche saw passive nihilism in the growing fatigue of his century, a century that had lost God and found nothing to replace him. He saw it in the rise of pessimism, in the craving for comfort, in the shrinking of ambition, in the subtle despair behind modern smiles. Passive nihilism is the collapse of the will. It does not choose destruction. It simply sinks into emptiness, not with a scream, but with a sigh. The sigh of a civilization that has lost its spiritual center and drifts without direction. It was this condition, Nietzsche believed, that threatened to swallow the future, unless the human spirit could find the strength to transform its despair into something new. Chapter 3. Active Nihilism. Clearing the ruins. If passive nihilism is collapse, active nihilism is transformation. It is the destructive stage of renewal, the moment when old values are not merely fading, but deliberately dismantled to make room for new possibilities. Active nihilism does not say, "Nothing matters." It says, "If the old meanings have died, let us clear the ground and create new ones." Destruction, for Nietzsche, is not purely negative. It is a necessary part of any true rebirth. A forest must burn for new growth to emerge. A building must be demolished before a stronger one can rise. An outdated morality must be shattered before a deeper morality can take shape. Active nihilism is the refusal to cling to the ruins of old belief, the courage to sweep away what no longer serves life. It is a dangerous force, yes, but also a creative one. Because when old values collapse, human beings are no longer bound by inherited traditions. They are free to ask, what should we value? How should we live? What ideals truly strengthen the human spirit? What kind of person do I want to become? Active nihilism is the storm that precedes clarity. It is the fierce, unsettling stage in which the soul lets go of illusions and stands naked before the task of meaning-making. Most cannot endure this stage. Most retreat into passive nihilism or return to comforting myths. But those who embrace active nihilism begin the work of forging a new spiritual world. From destruction comes possibility. From chaos comes creation. From the death of old values comes the birth of new strength. Chapter 4. The world after meaning. Imagine a world in which all traditional meanings have dissolved. Not a world of violence or flames, but a world of emptiness. A world where people continue their daily routines with no sense of higher purpose. A world where truth feels relative, morality feels negotiable, identity feels fluid, and the self floats without anchor or direction. Nietzsche foresaw this world with terrifying clarity. He predicted a world where entertainment replaces introspection, where comfort replaces courage, where distraction replaces discipline, where superficial happiness masks existential despair. A world where people are surrounded by noise, but haunted by silence inside. A world where individuals seek pleasure over purpose, comfort over growth, certainty over truth. A world where the question why echoes unanswered beneath the surface of every achievement, every relationship, every ambition. This is the world after meaning, the world Nietzsche feared and foresaw. A world in which humans have unprecedented freedom, but no spiritual foundation to sustain that freedom. A world energetic on the outside and hollow on the inside. A world that drifts. A world that feels weightless. A world that has forgotten what it means to aspire to anything higher than itself. But Nietzsche also believed that such a world contains a hidden opportunity, if the human spirit is strong enough to seize it. Chapter 5. The Rebirth Hidden in Destruction. Nihilism, for Nietzsche, was not the end of the human story. It was the beginning, a beginning concealed inside the ruins of collapsed values. Because when the old meanings die, the self faces a terrifying but liberating truth. Meaning is not discovered. Meaning is created. Nihilism destroys inherited values so that new ones can be forged from the depths of authentic experience. It clears the ground so that the individual can plant the seeds of self-becoming. It forces humanity to take responsibility for its own spiritual direction. Yes, nihilism is dangerous. Yes, it is disorienting. Yes, it breaks people, but also purifies. It burns away illusions so that truth can be seen. It dissolves stagnation so that life can flourish. It reduces the soul to ashes so that something stronger, braver, more self-determined can rise from within. This rebirth is not guaranteed. Most people will return to comfort, to passive drift, to borrowed beliefs. But for the rare few, the ones who endure the storm, the ones who walk into the void without surrender, nihilism becomes the furnace of transformation. It is the trial that gives birth to those who can create their own values, their own meaning, their own destiny. Nihilism is not the death of hope. It is the death of false hope. And from its ashes, Nietzsche believed a new kind of human being could emerge. One who does not cling, one who does not collapse, one who does not despair, one who rises. This is the rebirth hidden in destruction, the dawn that follows the darkest night, the beginning that arrives only after everything else has fallen away. Part 12. The Psychology of Suffering. Chapter 1. Pain as Teacher. In every age, people have tried to escape suffering, through prayer, through medicine, through pleasure, through distraction, through anything that promises even a moment of relief from the sharp edge of existence. But Nietzsche saw what most flee from, that pain is not merely an obstacle in life. It is one of life's most profound teachers. Pain strips away illusions. It dismantles vanity. It dismantles certainty. It dismantles the soft walls we build to protect ourselves from truth. Pain reveals what is false. Pain exposes what is weak. Pain clarifies what is essential. When suffering enters a person's life, the superficial concerns fall away like leaves stripped by an unforgiving winter wind. What remains is the core, the deep, trembling reality of who we truly are. Nietzsche understood that pain forces us to see ourselves without masks. It gives us an honesty that comfort never could. Comfort teaches nothing. Pleasure teaches nothing. Ease teaches nothing. But pain awakens. It forces the soul inward. It forces the mind to confront what it has avoided. It forces the individual to discover whether they have the strength to bear the weight of their own existence. Nietzsche saw that some knowledge cannot be learned through thought. It must be suffered into being. Pain is not the enemy. Pain is the initiator. It breaks us, yes, but it also reveals the possibility of becoming more than what we were. Chapter 2. Illness as Revelation. For Nietzsche, suffering was not abstract philosophy. It was the condition of his daily life. From early childhood onward, illness clung to him like a shadow, sharp migraines that blinded him, stomach pain that bent him over in agony, exhaustion that drained his strength, a nervous system always trembling on the edge of collapse. His body betrayed him almost every day of his life. But instead of turning from this reality, Nietzsche listened to it. He allowed his illness to speak a kind of wisdom no healthy person could access. Illness reveals fragility, but it also reveals depth. When the body breaks, the spirit is forced to look inward, to confront the raw structure of its own being. Nietzsche's philosophy was not forged in comfort. It was forged in fever, in weakness, in the long, lonely hours when pain made time slow down until every second felt like an eternity. He wrote through trembling vision. He walked through pain. He thought through suffering. Illness became his revelation. Not a curse, but a filter. It filtered out distraction, filtered out triviality, filtered out all the shallow noise that fills the lives of the healthy. Pain has a way of forcing the world to grow quiet. And in that quiet, Nietzsche discovered truths he never would have seen in a stronger body. He realized that suffering, when met with courage, does not simply damage the soul. It deepens it. Illness became his lens to see the human condition without distortion. It showed him the limits of strength. It showed him the truth of vulnerability. It showed him how thin the line is between endurance and collapse. But it also showed him how powerful the will can be when the body is weak. Nietzsche did not romanticize suffering. He understood its brutality, but he also understood its strange gift. It reveals what cannot be seen in any other state of being. Chapter 3. How Hardship Shapes Inner Life. Nietzsche believed that hardship does not merely affect a person, it forms them. Struggle shapes the architecture of the soul. It builds depth where there was once only surface. It builds resilience where there was once fragility. It builds insight where there was once naivety. Hardship turns the mind inward, toward layers of self that comfort never allows us to see. Without difficulty, there's no growth. Without pressure, there's no strength. Without conflict, there's no transformation. This is the paradox Nietzsche saw, that the very things people fear, loss, failure, heartbreak, illness, loneliness, are the experiences that give them spiritual weight. A life lived without hardship may be gentle, may be pleasant, may be safe, but it risks remaining shallow. Human beings grow by confronting obstacles, by enduring what is overwhelming, by facing what seems impossible. Nietzsche did not see suffering as something to seek, but as something to accept with courage. Because hardship is not only pain, it is information. It teaches the soul what it values, what needs, what fears, what can endure, what must change, what must leave behind. People dream of becoming strong while avoiding the experiences that create strength. Nietzsche knew that strength is not something one receives. It is something one becomes through the fire of hardship. The soul that has endured suffering does not remain the same. It becomes deeper, quieter, more attentive, more aware, more capable of compassion, more capable of understanding the suffering of others. Hardship shapes inner life into something solid, something grounded, something real. Chapter 4. The Spirit Forged in Fire. The strongest spirits, Nietzsche believed, were not those untouched by suffering, but those whose suffering became the furnace in which their character was forged. Fire transforms. It destroys weakness. It melts what is rigid. It purifies what is essential. The spirit forged in fire is a spirit that has walked through darkness and emerged with clarity. Not the clarity of optimism, but the clarity of honesty. Such a spirit no longer clings to illusions, to comfort, to external validation. It becomes self-created, self-powered, self-guided. Fire makes the soul aware of its own depths, its own contradictions, its own capability for brutality or kindness, its own need for meaning, its own hunger for transcendence. Nietzsche believed that every great soul has walked through flames that threaten to consume it, and the greatness lies not in avoiding those flames, but in using them. The spirit that emerges from fire has a new texture, a new density, a new silence. It does not fear suffering anymore. It respects it. It understands it. It knows that pain is not the end of life, but one of the gateways toward becoming. Nietzsche felt that the greatest individuals in history, artists, prophets, thinkers, creators, were not spared from suffering. They were chosen by it, chosen to endure, to break, to rebuild themselves from pieces stronger than the whole. The spirit forged in fire does not return to who it was. It moves forward into who it can be. Chapter 5. Why Nietzsche believed we need suffering. At the heart of Nietzsche's philosophy is a truth so unsettling, so contrary to human instinct, that many reject it immediately. We need suffering, not as punishment, not as cruelty, not as destiny, but as growth. Without suffering, life becomes shallow. The soul becomes untested. The will becomes weak. The character remains unformed. Suffering is the pressure that forces the self to confront itself. It gives birth to strength, to wisdom, to resilience, to courage. Nietzsche believed that a world without suffering would be a world without greatness. Because every meaningful transformation, every act of creativity, every moment of self-overcoming, every discovery of purpose arises from confronting obstacles that could have broken us. This does not mean suffering is good. Nietzsche never romanticized it. He never claimed it was beautiful. He simply recognized that it is necessary. Necessary for depth. Necessary for insight. Necessary for becoming. Most people spend their lives fighting suffering, avoiding suffering, denying suffering. But Nietzsche teaches that the path to spiritual strength passes directly through it. Not around it, through it, because suffering reveals the truth of what we are and the truth of what we could become. In Nietzsche's vision, the individual's task is not to end suffering, but to transform it, to make meaning from pain, to turn wounds into wisdom, to turn obstacles into fuel, to turn adversity into artistry. We do not become who we are despite suffering. We become who we are because of it. This is the psychology of suffering as Nietzsche understood it. Pain is the sculptor and the soul is the stone. Suffering is not the enemy of life. It is the engine, the very force that pushes the human spirit to its highest possible form. Part 13. The Masks of Morality. Chapter 1. Moral Beliefs as Disguises. Morality, to most people, appears sacred, a shining structure of commandments and virtues guiding humanity toward goodness. But Nietzsche looked beneath that structure, and instead of divine light, he found shadows. He found that moral beliefs are rarely what they claim to be. People speak of good as if it were eternal. They praise virtue as if it were objective. They condemn evil as if they had direct access to some cosmic scale of judgment. But Nietzsche saw morality not as a revelation from heaven, but as a disguise, a psychological mask that hides deeper motivations. Behind every moral statement, he sensed a human desire for power, for recognition, for belonging, for control, for safety, for justification. Morality, in Nietzsche's eyes, is a mirror in which people pretend to see the universe's truth, when in fact they see only themselves. People use morality to elevate their weaknesses into principles, to turn their fears into commandments, to make their personal preferences appear sacred. Morality becomes a costume, one worn not to express virtue, but to conceal vulnerability. A person praises humility not because it is good, but because they fear ambition. Another praises obedience because they fear independence. Another praises forgiveness because they fear confrontation. Another condemns desire because they fear their own. Morality becomes the mask through which the fragile soul hides from its own power. Nietzsche's task was not to destroy morality, but to unmask it, to show that beneath every moral sentence lies a human story, a human motive, a human fear, a human desire. Morality is not pure. It is human, and therefore complicated. Chapter 2. The Origins of Good and Evil. To Nietzsche, the origin of moral words is not found in scripture, nor in philosophical arguments, nor in divine command. It is found in human psychology, in the emotional history of our species. Good and evil did not fall from the sky. They rose from human need. In ancient times, those who felt strong, who acted with courage, who embraced life's intensity, called themselves good. Good meant noble, brave, vital, full of spirit. But over time, as Nietzsche revealed, the powerless reinterpreted morality. They reshaped the meaning of good into something safer, gentler, more convenient. Good became obedient, humble, meek, self-denying, and evil became associated with the very qualities that once defined strength. Ambition became sin. Self-confidence became arrogance. Power became cruelty. Vitality became wickedness. The words reversed meaning as a reflection of the social and psychological battles between those who possess power and those who did not. Moral language, Nietzsche realized, is not eternal truth. It is a battlefield in which entire civilizations have fought for the right to define virtue. Those definitions did not come from the gods. They came from the struggles of human beings, try to make sense of hierarchy, of suffering, of status, of fear, of longing. Good and evil are not facts of a universe. They are interpretations created by human beings for human purposes. And Nietzsche believed that to understand morality is to understand the psychology that created it. Chapter 3. Virtue as Social Strategy. What people call virtue, Nietzsche often saw as a strategy. Not a conscious strategy, not a manipulative one, but a psychological adaptation to the conditions of life. People call generosity a virtue often because they fear confrontation. People call selflessness a virtue often because they fear asserting themselves. People call patience a virtue often because they fear conflict. People call humility a virtue often because they fear judgment. Virtues become a language through which people protect themselves. The weak praise gentleness because it shields them. The fearful praise obedience because it comforts them. The resentful praise equality because they cannot bear difference. Virtue becomes not a reflection of objective goodness, but a reflection of personal need. Even kindness, which is often considered purest of all, can become a virtue of fear, a way to avoid anger, to avoid rejection, to avoid responsibility. Nietzsche did not hate virtue. He simply saw how deeply intertwined it is with survival strategies. People cling to virtues that justify their condition and condemn those who challenge it. Virtue is frequently an emotional shelter built to protect the ego from its own wounds. And so Nietzsche asked, is virtue truly moral when it grows from fear instead of strength? Is it truly noble when it grows from limitation instead of possibility? Is it truly good when it reinforces weakness instead of overcoming it? For Nietzsche, real virtue is not a social strategy. Real virtue arises from abundance, from inner power, from the fullness of being. It is not a shield. It is an expression. The difference between the two is the difference between a living soul and a frightened one. Chapter 4. The Hypocrisy of the Herd. Human beings fear standing alone. They fear thinking for themselves. They fear being different. And so they gather, not always in physical space, but in shared beliefs, shared judgments, shared morality. This collective mind, which Nietzsche called the herd, becomes the refuge of those who fear the burden of individuality. The herd praises what is safe, what is familiar, what is average, what does not threaten its fragile unity. And the herd condemns anything that rises above it. Ambition becomes arrogance. Creativity becomes insanity. Independence becomes rebellion. excellence becomes oppression. The herd protects itself by labeling all forms of greatness as moral danger. This is the hypocrisy Nietzsche exposed. The herd calls its fear morality. It calls its envy justice. It calls its cowardice humility. It calls its conformity virtue. It hides its weaknesses behind moral language. The herd pretends to value compassion and equality, but what it truly values is safety. It wants everyone to remain close to the center, close to the average, close to the familiar. The herd is offended not by evil, but by difference. It does not fear immorality. It fears individuality. Nietzsche believed that morality becomes corrupt when it protects the many from the excellence of the few. Not because the few are superior, but because the many fear what they cannot understand. Morality becomes hypocrisy when it punishes greatness in the name of goodness. Chapter 5. Breaking the Spell of Conventional Goodness. To Nietzsche, the greatest spiritual task is not to reject morality, but to transcend it. To look at moral rules not as divine commands, but as human inventions. To see that goodness, as defined by the herd, is often the suppression of personal growth. To understand that conventional morality is a spell cast upon human beings to keep them predictable, obedient, safe, yearning for approval instead of authenticity. Breaking the spell does not mean becoming immoral. It means becoming free. Free to question, what does goodness actually mean? What values deepen life instead of diminishing it? What virtues expand the soul instead of shrinking it? What moral beliefs are chosen from strength rather than inherited from fear? Breaking the spell means stepping outside tradition and looking with fresh eyes at the architecture of values. It means discovering which morals empower and which merely comfort. It means accepting that to create one's own path is a sacred responsibility, a responsibility most avoid because it demands courage, honesty, and the willingness to walk alone. Conventional goodness is easy. Personal authenticity is difficult. But Nietzsche believed that the human being who breaks the spell of inherited morality does not fall into chaos. Instead, they rise into a new realm of value woven from strength, from clarity, from internal coherence. Morality becomes a personal creation rather than a social inheritance, a living expression of a soul reborn from its own depths. To break the spell is to reclaim one's life from the expectations of the herd. It is the first step toward self-overcoming, and it is the quiet beginning of the higher human Nietzsche dreamed of, a being whose morality is forged not from fear, but from fire. Part 14. Truth and Illusion. Chapter 1. Truth as a useful lie. For centuries, humanity worshipped truth as if it were a sacred mountain, solid, eternal, unchanging, a place where the brave ascend, where the wise take refuge, where the universe reveals its purest face. But Nietzsche approached the mountain and found fog. He saw that truth, as people imagine it, does not exist. What exists are interpretations, stories we tell ourselves, meanings we impose on chaos, structures we build to keep the mind from shattering in a world without inherent clarity. Truth, he realized, is often nothing more than a lie we find most useful. Humans need truth not because the universe demands it, but because the soul cannot bear the weight of complete uncertainty. We call things true when they comfort us, when they simplify life, when they help us survive, when they stabilize our trembling existence. We believe what helps us endure. We reject what threatens our inner equilibrium. Truth is not the reflection of the world as it is. Truth is the reflection of what the human spirit can tolerate. Nietzsche saw that civilization is built upon shared illusions, concepts we choose to accept because life would be unbearable without a structure of meaning. Religion is an illusion. Morality is an illusion. Identity is an illusion. Even reason, the proudest of human faculties, is an illusion that hides the deeper truth of instinct and impulse. These illusions are not weaknesses. They are necessities. But Nietzsche believed that only those who recognize the illusion can rise above it. Not to destroy truth, but to create it consciously. Instead of living inside inherited lies, they choose their own. The higher human does not cling to illusions unconsciously. He uses them, shapes them, transforms them into tools for self-creation. Truth is not discovered. It is designed. And the designer is the one brave enough to see the illusion and yet continue forward. Chapter 2. The Limits of Knowledge. The modern world prides itself on knowledge, on science, reason, analysis, the careful dissection of reality. But Nietzsche looked at knowledge with a deeper, darker eye. He saw that the more we know, the more we realize how little our knowing can ever reach. Human understanding is a lantern whose glow illuminates only a tiny circle within an endless night. Reason does not penetrate into the core of existence. It merely draws careful lines around the small portion of reality our senses can access. What lies beyond those lines remains untouched, unseen, ungrasped. And yet, in their arrogance, humans believe their lantern is the sun. We think our concepts capture reality. We think our logic maps the universe. We think our science reveals truth. But Nietzsche warned, all knowledge is interpretation, and all interpretation is limited by the structure of the human mind. We do not perceive reality. We perceive a filtered version of it. Our senses are narrow, our language imperfect, our minds shaped by emotion, memory, culture, instinct, preference. We believe we know the world, but we know only the world as it appears to us. Knowledge is not illumination. It is translation, and every translation betrays the original. To acknowledge the limits of knowing is not to fall into despair. It is to fall into humility. It is to realize that the universe is vast, mysterious, indifferent, and far beyond the reach of our categories. It is to realize that wisdom begins where certainty ends. Chapter 3. Language as Distortion. The greatest illusion, Nietzsche believed, is language. We trust words as if they were windows into truth. But words are not windows, they are walls. Language does not reveal reality. It restricts it, compresses it, carves it into pieces that fit the structure of human thought. Every word is an approximation, a symbol, a shadow. We say tree, and imagine we have captured the living phenomenon. But the word tree contains none of its essence, none of the texture of bark, none of the silent rising of sap, none of the deep roots that hold it to the earth. We describe a feeling with one word, sadness, joy, fear, and imagine the description is true. But each emotion is a world of nuance, of contradictions, of unnamed currents that language cannot hold. Nietzsche saw that by using language, we flatten experience. We tame the wildness of life so that it fits inside the fragile cage of understanding. Language is not a tool of truth. It is a tool of survival. It simplifies. It stabilizes. It allows us to communicate shared illusions so that society can function. But language distorts reality. It freezes what is fluid. It categorizes what is complex. It abstracts what is concrete. It sacrifices truth for clarity. To Nietzsche, the philosopher must not be fooled by his own vocabulary. He must see the gulf between the world and the words we use to describe it. Only then can he begin the task of creating new language, language that expresses life instead of suffocating it. Chapter 4. Perception as Interpretation. What we call reality is not the world itself, but the world interpreted through our senses, our beliefs, our expectations, our needs. We do not see things as they are. We see them as we are. Two people may look at the same event and walk away with different worlds. One sees danger. Another sees opportunity. One sees cruelty. Another sees justice. One sees suffering. Another sees transformation. Nietzsche understood that perception is not passive. It is an act of creation. The mind selects. It organizes. It filters. It amplifies. It ignores. It constructs. The world we experience is the world we build inside ourselves. This means there is no neutral truth behind perception, only interpretation. And interpretation is shaped by emotion, memory, trauma, desire, self-image, culture, fears, hopes. Our perception is the autobiography of our inner life projected onto reality. This is why Nietzsche believed we are responsible for our worldview. Not because the world is malleable, but because we are. To change perception is to change the self. To change the self is to change the world we live in. Perception is not truth. Perception is choice, a choice made unconsciously until we learn to make it consciously. This is the beginning of spiritual autonomy. Chapter 5. Living without absolute truth. If truth is limited, if knowledge is filtered, if language distorts, if perception interprets, what remains? Nietzsche's answer was not despair. It was freedom. To live without absolute truth is to step into the open sky. It is to carry the burden of creating meaning rather than inheriting it. It is to accept that life does not come with an instruction manual, that no external authority can tell us who to be, how to live, or what is ultimately real. This freedom is terrifying. It exposes the self to the raw, unstructured landscape of existence. But it is also exhilarating. Without absolute truth, we become the artists of our own vision. We shape values from our deepest instincts. We craft interpretations that reflect our inner richness. We build a worldview that empowers rather than confines. To live without absolute truth is not to live without meaning. It is to become the creator of meaning. It is to realize that truth can be fluid and still be profound. That values can be self-made and still be strong. That life can be uncertain and still be worth living with intensity and purpose. This is Nietzsche's invitation, to stand not on inherited beliefs, but on self-chosen ones. To see the world not as fixed, but as becoming. To embrace existence not as truth, but as possibility. To live authentically in a universe that offers no guarantees except the freedom to create oneself. In the absence of absolute truth, something greater arises. The human being who becomes their own source of light. Part 15. The Fragile Self. Chapter 1. Identity as a river. When most people speak of the self, they imagine something solid, a fixed identity, a stable center, an unchanging I living quietly behind their eyes. But Nietzsche looked inward and found no such thing. He found motion. He found contradiction. He found impulses, instincts, drives, all flowing, colliding, shifting, like currents of a river moving ceaselessly through time. Identity, he saw, is not a stone. It is a stream. It bends with pressure. It changes with seasons. It transforms with experience. It deepens with pain. It widens with growth. It narrows with fear. There is no single, permanent self waiting to be discovered. There is only a process, an unfolding, a becoming, a movement towards something not yet realized. We are not beings. We are becomings. And the tragedy of most lives is that people freeze this river. They cling to labels, to roles, to identities assigned by others, to stories they inherited rather than created. But the river beneath those frozen surfaces never stops calling. It whispers, "You are more than this. You are not finished. You do not yet know who you could become." Identity is fluid, and fluidity is frightening. To accept the river is to accept uncertainty, to accept responsibility, to accept the possibility of transformation. Nietzsche believed that the self is not something to find, but something to shape, again and again, as long as the river continues to flow. Chapter 2. The Self, Made of Cells. The more Nietzsche examined the human interior, the more he realized that the so-called self is not a singular entity, but a multitude. We are composed of countless subselves, each with its own desires, its own fears, its own voice. One self wants comfort. Another seeks challenge. One self longs for love. Another avoids vulnerability. One self craves meaning. Another hides in distraction. One self yearns for greatness. Another whispers that it is impossible. Our consciousness is not unified. It is a parliament, a noisy gathering of competing impulses and emotions, each fighting for dominance. And the illusion of a stable self is simply whichever voice happens to be speaking loudest in a given moment. This is why people contradict themselves, why they act against their own interests, why they sabotage what they love, why they feel divided even in moments of clarity. Inside each person lives a crowd. Nietzsche believed that human life becomes meaningful when we learn not to silence these inner selves, but to orchestrate them, to give each one its place, to understand its origin, to know when to listen and when to resist. The higher individual is not the one with a perfect self, but the one who can integrate their inner multiplicity into a coherent force. The weak person is ruled by whichever impulse rises first. The strong person is the conductor, shaping the internal chaos into a living harmony. We are not oneself. We are many. And the art of becoming begins with learning how to lead this inner multitude. Chapter 3. The Illusion of Stability. Human beings cling desperately to the idea of a stable identity, a fixed story they can inhabit to avoid the anxiety of becoming something new. They say, "This is just who I am. I cannot change. I am this kind of person. I know myself." But Nietzsche saw these statements as forms of self-imprisonment, ways of avoiding responsibility for the fluid nature of existence. To pretend that the self is stable is to deny the truth of change. The self is fragile because it is constantly shifting. It is fragile because it has no solid ground beneath it. It is fragile because its meaning must be built, rebuilt, and built again. Stability is an illusion we cling to because change is terrifying. We fear transformation because it demands sacrifice. We fear uncertainty because it demands courage. We fear growth because it demands letting go of what we once loved or once believed or once were. And yet, to cling to an old identity is to suffocate the new one trying to be born. Nietzsche believed that the illusion of stability is the greatest barrier to self-overcoming. People cling to what they know and deny what they could become. But the self was never meant to be a monument. It was meant to be a metamorphosis. To live is not to remain. To live is to change. The fragile self becomes strong only by embracing its own fragility. Chapter 4. Becoming Who You Are. Among Nietzsche's most mysterious lines is the instruction, "Become who you are." At first it sounds paradoxical. How can one become what one already is? But Nietzsche's meaning is deeper. He believed that each person is born with a potential self, a seed of individuality, a unique inner form, a possibility waiting to be actualized. This potential self is not given. It must be forged through struggle, through self-reflection, through the shedding of borrowed identities, through the breaking of inherited illusions, through courage that refuses to settle for the comfortable half-life the world offers. To become who you are means to uncover the deepest layers of your own soul, the instincts, the desires, the strengths, the visions that society taught you to silence. It means to stop pretending to be what others expect and start cultivating what you sense you could become. This becoming is not a single moment of revelation. It is a lifelong process, a spiral path toward authenticity. Most never walk this path. They accept the selves given to them by others. They choose convenience over transformation. They fear the consequences of individuality. But for Nietzsche, the human being who undertakes this journey is the one who truly lives. Because to live is not to perform a role, but to sculpt a soul. Becoming who you are is the quiet, relentless work of self-creation. And only those who embrace this work can ever truly call their life their own. Chapter 5. The Art of Self-Transformation. If the self is fragile, if identity is fluid, if becoming is our destiny, then life, Nietzsche believed, is a work of art. Not a work of stability, but a work of transformation. Transformation is not easy. It demands the courage to abandon what is familiar, the honesty to confront our own contradictions, the discipline to reshape our inner world, the willingness to endure the loneliness of personal evolution. The art of self-transformation is the art of constant becoming. It is the willingness to shed old layers as a snake sheds its skin, not out of rejection, but out of necessity. It is the willingness to let old beliefs die so new values can rise. To let old fears dissolve so new strength can emerge. To let old identities fall away so new potential can step forward from the shadows. Transformation is painful because it is real. It is disorienting because it is honest. It is frightening because it threatens the comforting illusions that keep us asleep. But Nietzsche believed that the human being is not meant for sleep. We are meant for awakening, not once, but over and over again. Transformation is not a phase. It is a practice, a spiritual craft, a lifelong discipline, a quiet revolution happening within the soul. The fragile self becomes powerful not by resisting change, but by learning to shape it. Not by clinging to what is known, but by stepping into what is possible. This is Nietzsche's vision of the human spirit. Fragile, fluid, multiple, unstable, yet capable of endless becoming. An artist whose medium is life itself. A river forever carving its own path. A soul forever sculpting its own destiny. Part 16, Nietzsche the Prophet. There are moments in history when a thinker steps away from the world, away from its noise, its crowds, its comforts, its illusions, and climbs towards solitude. Not to escape life, but to see it clearly. Nietzsche's philosophy was not born in lecture halls or drawing rooms. It was born on mountains. He wandered the high paths of Sils Maria, where the air thins and the mind sharpens and the world below seems like a distant dream. Up there, alone, he sensed something primal. That human beings cannot see their destiny as long as they remain trapped in the flatlands of ordinary life. Elevation changes perception. Distance reveals patterns. Silence exposes truths that noise keeps hidden. Nietzsche felt the world dissolving beneath him. Its conventions, its trivialities, its false morals, its fragile beliefs. From the heights, the human condition appeared naked, beautiful, terrifying, full of latent potential. He saw the sickness of modernity, a world drowning in comfort, starving for meaning, overfed with knowledge, undernourished in spirit. He saw the coming crisis of values, the collapse of inherited truths, the rise of spiritual emptiness across Europe's glittering cities. And from this vantage, Nietzsche became something rare, a visionary, a philosopher who did not merely analyze the world, but foresaw the future coming toward it, a future trembling with both danger and possibility. His mountain solitude was not retreat. It was a revelation. Chapter 2. Zarathustra as Mirror. Every prophet speaks through a voice that is not quite their own. For Nietzsche, that voice was Zarathustra, a symbolic figure, a poetic persona, a mirror in which Nietzsche reflected his deepest insights and his most dangerous ideas. Zarathustra was not a character. He was a myth, a living symbol, a spiritual mask Nietzsche wore to speak truths that ordinary language could never contain. Through Zarathustra, Nietzsche could say what the philosopher could not, could reveal what the scholar dared not, could proclaim what the man himself was too human to fully embody. Zarathustra became the voice of transformation, the teacher of self-overcoming, the guide through nihilism, the herald of the Übermensch. He descended from the mountains not to convert, but to awaken. He did not bring commandments. He brought questions. He did not bring consolation. He brought a challenge. Can you bear the weight of your own freedom? Zarathustra is Nietzsche and not Nietzsche. He is the ideal Nietzsche glimpsed, but could not fully reach. The self Nietzsche envisioned, but could not live. The spiritual height he could describe but not inhabit. Zarathustra is the mirror of what the human being could become if it embraced its potential without fear. To read Zarathustra is to walk beside a prophet who reflects back your own possibilities. Not the person you are, but the self buried inside you, waiting to be born. Chapter 3. The Teacher of Eternal Becoming. Nietzsche's prophecy is not about salvation. It is about becoming, a spiritual evolution unfolding within the depths of the individual. For him, life was not a static identity, not a fixed essence, not a completed story. Life was motion, flux, transformation. We are not beings. We are becomings. Zarathustra taught this not as metaphor, but as truth. He did not speak of heaven or hell, rewards or punishments, glory or damnation. He spoke of something harder, the responsibility to grow, to rise above resentment, to overcome inherited morals, to break the chains of convention, to transform suffering into strength, to craft one's own destiny out of the raw material of experience. Becoming is not easy. It is not gentle. It does not happen by comfort. Becoming demands the destruction of old selves and the birth of new ones, again and again. It is a fire in which the soul must willingly place itself. Zarathustra called humanity not to safety, but to ascent, a path with no guide, a journey with no guarantee, a height with no handrails. The prophet's message was simple and devastating. You are responsible for who you become. No God will decide it. No society will define it. No tradition will protect it. The self is a task, one that must be undertaken with courage fierce enough to withstand the abyss. Zarathustra is the teacher of that eternal becoming. Chapter 4. The Burden of Great Insight. Prophets are not honored in their time. They are not loved. They are not understood. They are feared, mocked, dismissed, or ignored, because they reveal truths that society is not yet ready to see. Nietzsche felt this burden in every corner of his life. He saw the moral collapse coming, long before the world acknowledged it. He saw the rise of nihilism, while others still clung to the fading warmth of old values. He saw the need for new meaning, as society continued its descent into spiritual weightlessness. He saw the coming conflicts of ideology, the wars of meaning, the psychological crises born from the death of God. But insight does not bring peace. It isolates. The one who sees too much stands outside the herd, outside the comfort of shared belief. Great vision becomes a burden because it reveals reality before others are prepared to face it. And so Nietzsche walked alone, not because he desired solitude, but because insight forced him into it. He carried truths that felt heavy even to him, that values are human inventions, that the soul is fluid, that meaning must be created, that the future demands new ideals, that the old world must collapse for the new one to rise. Such insight does not bring applause. It brings exile. Nietzsche paid the price for seeing ahead of his time. The prophet suffers because he belongs to a future that has not yet arrived. Chapter 5. The Solitary Voice in the Desert. In the end, Nietzsche became what all prophets become, a solitary voice crying out in the desert. Not a desert of sand, but a desert of understanding, a world unable to grasp the magnitude of his vision. He spoke to a humanity still clinging to old truths, still afraid of freedom, still desperate for certainty. He preached to an age not yet prepared to walk without the crutch of tradition. He offered spiritual possibility to a world that wanted comfort, not transformation. And so he stood alone, a thinker without disciples, a visionary without followers, a prophet without a people. His books sold poorly. His ideas were dismissed. His warnings ignored. His insights misunderstood. Yet Nietzsche remained faithful to the solitude demanded by his own truths, because he understood that every great transformation begins with one voice speaking into silence. He knew that a prophet is not recognized in the age he addresses, but in the age that follows. He knew that he was planting seeds for a future generation who would face the crisis he foretold. And he knew that his words, though whispered into emptiness, would one day echo through a world in desperate need of new meaning. Nietzsche's solitude was not a failure. It was the condition of spiritual discovery. The desert is where prophets walk. It is where visions form. It is where truth speaks to those who dare to listen. And Nietzsche, fragile, fire-hearted, half-blind, half-broken, yet more awake than any of his age, became the solitary voice calling humanity toward its future. A future he would not live to see, but one shaped forever by his cry in the wilderness. Part 17. The Crisis of Modernity. Chapter 1. Comfort as a New Tyranny. For thousands of years, human life was shaped by necessity. Survival demanded strength, struggle, effort, endurance. People climbed mountains not for glory, but because life forced them upward. But modernity brought a strange, seductive gift: comfort. Comfort softened the world and softened the human spirit with it. It replaced hardship with ease, risk with predictability, challenge with convenience. But Nietzsche saw the shadow behind this gift. Comfort, he believed, was not liberation. It was a new form of tyranny, a gentle prison built from softness instead of chains. A prison so pleasant that its walls are invisible. Comfort dulls ambition. It numbs the will. It lulls the soul into safety until the very idea of effort feels like a threat. Comfort makes people smaller without them noticing. It whispers, "Do not strive. Do not risk. Do not suffer. Do not climb. Remain where you are. Let the world take care of you." The old tyrannies demanded obedience by force. The new tyranny demands compliance through pleasure. And Nietzsche feared it far more. Because comfort does not break the spirit. It dissolves it, slowly, quietly, without resistance. Comfort is not the absence of suffering. It is the absence of becoming. Chapter 2. Shallow happiness, deep emptiness. Modernity promised happiness, not the deep, complicated happiness that grows from meaning, effort, and purpose, but the shallow happiness of distraction, consumption, entertainment, and constant stimulation. People fill their days with noise, endless pleasures, endless screens, endless novelty, endless comfort. But beneath this surface glow, Nietzsche sensed a spreading emptiness, an inner desert, dry and silent, where meaning once lived. Shallow happiness becomes a mask worn to hide the profound boredom that lies beneath. People chase pleasure because they fear the silence in which they would meet themselves. They escape into constant stimulation because the emptiness behind their lives has become too large to face. And so the modern individual smiles, but the smile is thin, the eyes glazed, the soul weary. Nietzsche saw that happiness built on distraction cannot sustain the human spirit. The heart starves when fed only pleasures. For pleasure does not answer the most ancient human questions. Why am I here? What do I live for? What is worth suffering for? What is worth dying for? What makes a life meaningful? Shallow happiness cannot endure when the night grows quiet and the inner world begins to speak. And Nietzsche knew that modernity had created a culture terrified of silence, because silence reveals the void beneath the glow. Chapter 3. The Rise of Mediocrity. When comfort becomes the highest value and shallow happiness the measure of success, a culture begins to reshape itself toward mediocrity. Nietzsche saw this clearly. Modernity levels the human spirit. It teaches people that the safest path is the best path, that the average is ideal, that standing out is dangerous, that excellence isolates, that greatness demands too much. Ambition becomes suspicious. Depth becomes unnecessary. Complexity becomes burdensome. Difference becomes threatening. Mediocrity becomes the norm because mediocrity is comfortable. A society that values ease cannot value greatness. It cannot produce it. It cannot tolerate it. The rise of mediocrity is not accidental. It is the psychological consequence of a world that no longer believes in struggle or transformation. People lose the hunger to rise because rising takes effort. People lose the desire to grow because growth requires pain. People lose the courage to stand alone because individuality risks isolation. Thus, the modern world does not crush greatness. It simply replaces it with convenience. And the spirit dims. Nietzsche saw the tragedy, not that greatness becomes rare, but that people stop longing for it. The age of mediocrity is the age in which humanity forgets what it once dreamed of becoming. Chapter 4. Technology without soul. Modernity dazzled Nietzsche with its machines, its speed, efficiency, inventions, but he sensed something ominous beneath the surface. Technology, he believed, is not evil, but it is dangerous when it grows faster than the human soul. Machines amplify abilities, but also amplify emptiness. They give power to people who lack purpose. They give speed to people who lack direction. They give convenience to people who fear difficulty. Technology replaces the organic with the mechanical, the human rhythm with the industrial pulse. It makes life easier, but it also makes life thinner. In a world ruled by machines, silence disappears, reflection disappears, slowness disappears, solitude disappears, depth disappears. Technology solves problems, but cannot answer questions. It increases knowledge, but cannot give wisdom. It connects people, but cannot give intimacy. It creates unprecedented possibilities, but cannot provide meaning. Nietzsche saw that the danger of technology is not that it changes the world, but that it changes the soul. It trains us to avoid boredom, avoid struggle, avoid silence, avoid self-confrontation. And a soul that avoids itself cannot grow. The crisis of modernity is not the rise of machines, but the decline of meaning in the shadow of their glow. Chapter 5. The Age of Last Men. In Thus Spoke Zarathustra, Nietzsche gave a name to the final stage of modern decline, a type of human born not from strength but from comfort. The last man. The last man is not evil. He is not cruel. He is not dangerous. He is simply small, satisfied with little, fearful of greatness, terrified of suffering, eager for comfort, numbed by pleasure, guided by convenience. He seeks a painless existence and mistakes that for a good life. He wants comfort instead of challenge, pleasure instead of purpose, stability instead of freedom. He avoids all risk, all passion, all depth. He says, why strive? Why dream? Why suffer? Why dare? And because he asks nothing of himself, he becomes hollow inside, a human being who has traded his potential for safety. The last man represents the end of aspiration. A world full of last men is not a world of evil, but a world without horizons. A world where nothing great is attempted. A world where nothing profound is believed. A world where the soul is no longer capable of longing for more. Nietzsche feared this future, not because it was violent, but because it was empty. The last men live comfortable lives, but die spiritually unfulfilled. The crisis of modernity is the triumph of the last men. A quiet apocalypse where humanity forgets how to grow, how to suffer, how to strive, how to transcend. And yet, behind this collapse, Nietzsche sensed a possibility. For when a culture loses its drive, its fire, its meaning, a new type of human becomes possible. Someone who hears the call that the last men cannot hear. Someone who looks at the crisis and sees not the end, but the beginning. A seed waiting for fire. A spirit waiting for ascent. A soul waiting to awaken. The crisis of modernity is not the end of humanity. It is the dark soil in which the higher human can finally take root. Part 18. The Spirit of Rebellion. Chapter 1. Breaking All Masters. There's a moment in every human life when the inherited world begins to crack, when the truths we were raised with no longer feel alive, when the authorities that once guided us begin to tremble, when the invisible masters who shape our thoughts are revealed for what they are, constructs, shadows, habits, fragments of other people's fears woven into us long before we could choose. Nietzsche believed that true growth begins only when the spirit becomes rebellious, when a person gathers the courage to break from every master who claims to rule the inner world. Not just political rulers, not just religious authorities, not just cultural norms, but the subtler masters, the voice of conformity, the weight of expectation, the pressure of tradition, the comfort of the familiar, the authority of the herd, the fear of standing alone. Most people obey these masters without ever recognizing them. They live second-hand lives, speaking second-hand words, thinking second-hand thoughts, feeling second-hand emotions. Their souls become echo chambers for borrowed convictions. Nietzsche's rebellion is not an external uprising. It is an inward revolution, a breaking of chains so thin, so quiet, so woven into the fabric of identity that most never see them. To break all masters is to reclaim the sovereignty of the self. It is to declare, with a trembling but unwavering voice, "No one commands my soul but me." This is not arrogance. It is awakening. The spirit of rebellion is the first spark of genuine freedom. A freedom that begins not with destroying the world, but with discovering oneself. Chapter 2. The courage to doubt everything. Rebellion, for Nietzsche, is not the pursuit of chaos. It is the pursuit of clarity. And clarity requires the most frightening skill a human being can develop: the courage to doubt everything. Most people distrust doubt. They prefer answers over questions, certainty over inquiry, belief over introspection. Certainty is comfortable. Doubt is cold. Belief is warm. Questioning is lonely. But Nietzsche knew that the deepest truths live on the far side of doubt, buried beneath layers of fear, habit, and unquestioned assumptions. To doubt everything is to strip the mind bare. To question morality not because one is immoral, but because morality was inherited, not chosen. To question belief not because one is faithless, but because belief was given before one could understand it. To question identity not because one is lost, but because identity was shaped by forces outside the self. To question knowledge not to destroy truth, but to discover the limits of human perception. This doubt is not the shallow skepticism of the cynic. It is the deep doubt of the seeker, the one who is willing to stand in intellectual darkness because they sense a greater light beyond it. Doubt, for Nietzsche, is the beginning of self-ownership. It is the fire through which every inherited idea must be tested. Only what survives the flames can belong to the soul. This courage is rare. It isolates. It unsettles. It demands an internal bravery that few ever attempt. But those who dare to doubt everything become capable of believing authentically. Their convictions are no longer borrowed. They are forged, and forged convictions are stronger than any doctrine. Chapter 3. The War Against Intellectual Laziness. The greatest threat to the human spirit, Nietzsche believed, is not ignorance. It is laziness, not physical laziness, but intellectual laziness, the tendency to think half-heartedly, to accept easy explanations, to settle for shallow truths, to avoid the strenuous labor of deep reflection. Intellectual laziness is the quiet enemy that sneaks into the soul when comfort becomes a way of life and inquiry becomes too demanding. It whispers, "Why question? Why search? Why dig deeper? Others have already answered these questions for you." And so the mind sleeps while believing it is awake. Nietzsche declared war on this condition. He believed that truth, real truth, cannot be inherited. It must be earned through inner struggle. Intellectual effort is not simply reading, memorizing, or repeating. It is wrestling with ideas until they reshape the soul. It is overturning assumptions even when they are comforting. It is confronting contradictions even when they threaten identity. It is thinking against oneself, challenging one's own certainty, and questioning one's own motives. The war Nietzsche waged was not against external enemies. It was against spiritual stagnation, against the laziness that keeps people small, against the laziness that prevents becoming, against the laziness that allows mediocrity to rule the inner world. The spirit of rebellion is a spirit that refuses to be passive. It is a mind that refuses to remain soft. It is a soul that refuses to live on autopilot. Rebellion is the discipline of staying awake. Chapter 4. The Death of Dogma. Wherever Nietzsche looked, he saw dogma, fixed beliefs, rigid systems, unchallenged doctrines that people clung to as if their souls depended on them. Dogma promises safety. It tells you what to think. It tells you what is right. It tells you what is wrong. It removes the burden of personal judgment. But Nietzsche saw dogma as a spiritual graveyard, the place where living thoughts go to die. Dogma ends inquiry. Dogma kills curiosity. Dogma freezes the mind in a single shape and demands that it never change. To Nietzsche, the death of dogma is not destruction. It is resurrection. It is the liberation of the human mind from the cages that tradition, authority, and fear constructed. The death of dogma does not mean the death of truth. It means the death of fixed truth, truth that cannot adapt, cannot breathe, cannot respond to the evolving soul. A living truth must change as the human spirit changes. A living truth must grow as experience grows. A living truth must evolve as consciousness evolves. The death of dogma is the rebirth of intellectual freedom. It is the moment when truth becomes something crafted, not imposed. Dynamic, not static. Personal, not inherited. Rebellion is not the destruction of meaning. It is the destruction of certainty that prevents meaning from evolving. Chapter 5. Rebellion as Spiritual Duty. For Nietzsche, rebellion was not political. It was spiritual. It was not the overthrow of governments. It was the overthrow of illusions. Rebellion was the duty of anyone who wished to become whole. To rebel is to take responsibility for one's inner world. To rebel is to refuse the comfort of conformity and accept the loneliness of authenticity. To rebel is to confront the self with ruthless honesty. To rebel is to tear down the internal idols that limit growth. To rebel is to say, I will not live according to truths I did not examine. I will not obey beliefs I did not choose. I will not submit to values that diminish my spirit. Rebellion is not anger. It is awakening. It is the recognition that the human being is not meant to obey, not gods, not crowds, not traditions, not systems, not even the past versions of oneself. Rebellion, for Nietzsche, is the first breath of spiritual adulthood. It is the moment when the individual becomes a creator of values instead of a consumer of them. It is the moment when the soul steps into its own sovereignty. Rebellion is not the end of the spiritual path. It is the beginning. The moment the chains fall away, the moment the mind becomes clear, the moment the heart becomes brave, the moment the individual is finally free to move toward becoming what they were meant to be. Rebellion is not an act. It is a destiny. Part 19. Freedom and Responsibility. Chapter 1. The Weight of Radical Freedom. Freedom is a beautiful word, sharp, bright, intoxicating. People speak of it as if it were a gift, a simple right, a doorway into possibility. But Nietzsche saw freedom not as a blessing, but as a burden, one so heavy that most human beings would rather flee from it than carry it. Radical freedom is not the freedom to choose pleasures, to change jobs, to travel where one wants. Radical freedom is the terrifying realization that nothing stands above you, no divine command, no moral authority, no societal blueprint to tell you who you must be. You are free in the deepest, most unsettling sense. Free to create meaning, free to invent values, free to shape your life from the ground up, free to become someone that has never existed before. But with this freedom comes the colossal responsibility of authorship. If there is no higher authority, then every action, every decision, every silence, every failure belongs to you alone. The self becomes both the sculptor and the stone. To live without a pre-written script is to live in the nakedness of possibility, and that nakedness frightens the soul. Most people do not fear punishment, Nietzsche believed. They fear freedom, because freedom demands they take responsibility for their lives without excuse. Radical freedom is not liberation. It is weight, and only those willing to carry that weight can ever truly call themselves free. Chapter 2. Self-Creation as Obligation. Nietzsche did not see freedom as the right to do whatever one wants. He saw it as an obligation, a spiritual duty to shape oneself deliberately, to take the raw clay of one's instincts and history and craft from it a new being. Self-creation is not self-expression. It is self-discipline, self-construction, self-forging. It is the continuous effort to bring coherence to the chaos within. Most people inherit identities as if they were furniture, passed down through families, through cultures, through traditions. But Nietzsche believed that to live authentically is to create identity from the depths of one's own becoming. This is not an easy task. It demands inner honesty, so sharp it cuts through illusion, a willingness to destroy the comfortable parts of oneself, and the courage to shape oneself into something demanding, something rare, something worthy of your own highest vision. Self-creation is an obligation because to avoid it is to betray your potential. If you do not shape yourself, the world will shape you. If you do not choose your values, society will choose them. If you do not craft your identity, your past will imprison it. To Nietzsche, the human being is not a finished creature. It is a project, unfinished, incomplete, open to revision. Freedom is the permission to begin a project. Responsibility is the duty to complete it. Self-creation is the bridge between the two. Chapter 3. The Fear of Becoming. Beneath every human heart lies an ancient fear. Not the fear of death, nor the fear of suffering, but the fear of transformation. Becoming is frightening because it threatens everything familiar. We cling to our flaws because they are known. We cling to our limitations because they are comfortable. We cling to our stories because they tell us who we have been, even when they prevent us from becoming who we could be. To choose freedom means to step into the unknown, to walk away from identities that have kept us safe, to let go of beliefs that once gave us shelter. It means risking the security of certainty. This is why people choose obedience instead of growth, tradition instead of transformation, belonging instead of becoming. Nietzsche understood that becoming oneself is a form of spiritual danger, because becoming destroys the version of you that others know, that society accepts, that your past sustains. Transformation feels like death because part of you must die. The fear of becoming is the fear of losing the self you were, even if that self is too small for your destiny. But the deeper tragedy is not that becoming is frightening. It is that most people never attempt it. They choose familiarity over evolution. But Nietzsche believed that the human spirit was not made for stillness. It was made for metamorphosis. Chapter 4. The Risk of Authenticity. To be authentic is to stand alone. Not physically, but spiritually, to live by your own values instead of the values handed to you by others. Authenticity is not comfort. It is tension. It is the willingness to disappoint the expectations of family, of society, of tradition, of culture. To be authentic is to risk everything that brings social approval. It is to speak truths that others avoid, to follow paths that others do not understand, to grow in directions that others may resent. Authenticity is dangerous because it separates you from the herd, and the herd punishes what it cannot categorize. It punishes difference. It punishes independence. It punishes depth. It punishes those who refuse to apologize for being themselves. To live authentically is to accept a spiritual solitude, not isolation, but a deeper silence within, in which the self becomes its own authority. The risk of authenticity is real. You may lose comfort, you may lose belonging, you may lose approval. But Nietzsche believed that the cost of inauthenticity is greater. You lose yourself. Authenticity is not a luxury. It is a necessity, because only the authentic soul can bear the weight of freedom. Only the authentic soul can endure the responsibility of becoming. Chapter 5. Freedom as Burden and Blessing. Freedom, to Nietzsche, is not a simple joy. It is dual, a burden and a blessing, a wound and a wonder, a weight and a wing. Freedom is the burden of knowing that your life is entirely your own, that no destiny is written, that no path is chosen for you, that no excuse can protect you from your own potential. Freedom is the blessing of knowing that your life is entirely your own, that you can rise, that you can change, that you can sculpt your future, that you can become something the world has never seen. Freedom is heavy because it demands self-ownership. Freedom is beautiful because it allows self-creation. Freedom is painful because it strips away illusions. Freedom is radiant because it reveals possibility. Freedom is terrifying because it ends certainty. Freedom is sacred because it begins meaning. Nietzsche believed that the highest form of life is not the life free of obstacles, but the life free of excuses. A life in which freedom is embraced with responsibility, in which responsibility is embraced with courage, in which courage is embraced with becoming. Freedom is not the end of the spiritual journey. It is the threshold, the doorway through which the human being must willingly walk to enter the realm of self-transformation. The burden of freedom is the birthplace of greatness, and the blessing of freedom is the possibility of becoming oneself. Part 20. The Inner War. Chapter 1. The Battle Drives. Inside every human being, beneath the heartbeat, beneath the personality, beneath the facade presented to the world, Nietzsche saw a battlefield. Not a metaphorical battlefield, but a living, grinding war between countless internal forces, each with its own voice, its own hunger, its own agenda. He called them drives, primitive, instinctual energies that rise from the depths like ancient currents beneath a dark ocean. We imagine ourselves unified, guided by a singular self. But Nietzsche knew better. We are not one will. We are a multitude of wills, a chorus of instincts arguing, wrestling, pulling us in conflicting directions. One drive urges us to rise, to strive, to create, to transcend. Another tempts us toward sleep, toward safety, toward the familiar. One drive pushes us toward courage, another toward fear. One drive wants generosity, another revenge. One craves ascension, another clings to the ground. We become whatever voice manages to dominate the moment. The inner war never ends. Nietzsche believed that the healthiest soul was not the one without conflict, but the one that could orchestrate its conflicts, harnessing the chaos into a higher order. A great spirit is not peaceful. It is powerful. Its drives do not disappear. They are disciplined, synthesized, transformed into a unified force. But the average person, unaware of the battle within, is ruled by impulses they never chose, desires they never questioned, and fears they never understood. The inner war is the true war, the one that shapes our destiny long before the world ever sees it. Chapter 2. The Shadow Within Strength. Strength is not pure. Courage is not pure. Greatness is not pure. Every virtue hosts a shadow, and Nietzsche understood that the darker side of strength is never far away. The drive to rise can become the drive to dominate. The drive to create can become the drive to destroy. The drive toward excellence can become the drive toward cruelty. The drive to be free can become the drive to escape responsibility. The shadow hides beneath every noble intention. Even the highest individuals carry impulses that could lead them toward danger, toward arrogance, toward excess, toward self-destruction. Nietzsche refused to romanticize the human being. He saw that every strength is accompanied by a corresponding weakness. The brave soul risks recklessness. The passionate soul risks obsession. The disciplined soul risks rigidity. The independent soul risks isolation. The visionary risks madness. The higher a mountain rises, the darker the valley it casts behind it. To Nietzsche, true strength was not the absence of shadow, but the mastery of it. The great individual does not deny their darker impulses. They acknowledge them, recognize them, and channel them. For it is the shadow that gives strength its weight. It is the shadow that tests the purity of one's intentions. It is the shadow that reveals the truth of the soul. Without confronting the shadow, strength becomes corrupt. Without acknowledging the shadow, the self becomes fragmented. And without mastering the shadow, the inner war is lost before it begins. Chapter 3. The Sabotage of the Spirit. There is a peculiar human tendency that Nietzsche understood intimately, a tendency to sabotage oneself at the very moment of ascent. People do not fall from greatness because they are weak. They fall because something inside them cannot bear the weight of their own potential. The spirit has enemies, but they are internal. Self-doubt, self-limitation, self-punishment, self-distrust, the lingering voices of childhood fear, the inherited shame of failed ancestors, the instinct to shrink when life demands expansion. The soul sabotages itself quietly. By procrastination, by distraction, by addiction, by unnecessary guilt, by the refusal to take risks, by clinging to relationships that keep it small, by convincing itself that it is unworthy of more. Nietzsche believed that self-sabotage is the consequence of unresolved inner conflict. The upward drives within us, ambition, creativity, passion, are constantly undermined by the downward drives, fear, comfort, conformity, the instinct to remain unseen. These forces collide whenever a person stands on the threshold of growth. The battle is ruthless. The spirit that wants to rise is dragged down by the part of the self that fears what rising entails. And yet Nietzsche insisted that sabotage is not a curse. It is a signal, a sign that the soul is approaching territory for which it has not yet built adequate strength. The task is not to avoid sabotage, but to understand it, to confront the inner saboteur, not as an enemy, but as a frightened part of the self that must be educated, disciplined, and eventually integrated. Sabotage reveals the depth of the inner war. It also reveals where the work must begin. Chapter 4. The Temptation of Comfort. If Nietzsche feared anything, it was comfort. Not comfort as ease, but comfort as surrender, the slow, seductive force that persuades the soul to stop growing. Comfort whispers, "Stay where you are. Do not change. Do not suffer. Do not strive. Do not risk. Rest forever." It is the softest voice and the most dangerous. Comfort kills ambition far more effectively than hardship ever could. Comfort breeds spiritual decay. It turns the soul inward in the wrong way, toward lethargy instead of reflection, toward stagnation instead of depth. Comfort convinces the individual that the inner war is unnecessary, unwinnable, unimportant. Comfort is the enemy of becoming. It is the warm blanket that smothers the flame. Nietzsche believed that the modern world was drifting into this temptation, a civilization of comfort seekers, last men who prefer a painless existence over a meaningful one. Comfort is the grave disguised as a bed. It is the slow death of the spirit masked as a pleasant life. Resist the temptation of comfort is to choose the fire over the blanket, the mountain over the couch, the unknown over the familiar. Is to embrace the necessary discomfort that allows transformation to occur, for no one emerges changed without first enduring the heat of becoming. Chapter 5. Emergence after conflict. Nietzsche believed that the soul does not grow in spite of conflict. It grows because of it. Inner conflict is the crucible in which identity is forged. The battle of drives forces the self to evolve, to choose, to prioritize, to discover what it truly values. The shadow within strength pushes the individual to refine their power into something conscious, something controlled. The sabotage of the spirit reveals the fractures that must be mended for true sovereignty to emerge. The temptation of comfort teaches the soul to recognize stagnation and flee from it. And through each struggle, each tension, each contradiction, a new self takes shape. Stronger, clearer, deeper, more awake. Emergence is not easy. It is not gentle. It is not quick. Emergence is a slow birth, the kind that tears the old self to make room for the new. Nietzsche saw human potential as something that ripens only in the heat of inner war. The self that avoids conflict remains small. The self that confronts conflict becomes real. Emergence after conflict is not a victory. It is a transformation. It is the moment when the soul realizes that the war within was not a sign of brokenness, but the sign of depth, the sign of possibility, the sign that becoming is still alive within it. The inner war does not end, but its purpose changes. It becomes not the struggle to survive, but the struggle to transcend. The individual who emerges from this war is not perfect, not pure, not finished, but they are awake, and an awakened soul, even in struggle, is greater than a sleeping soul content with peace. Part 21. The Artist of Life. Chapter 1. Existence as Creative Act. To Nietzsche, existence was never a passive state. It was not something that simply happened to a person, as if life were a stage where one enters, performs a script, and exits according to some predetermined design. No, existence, Nietzsche believed, is a creative act, not a craft mastered by the chosen few, but a responsibility placed upon every soul from the moment it opens its eyes. Human life is not a story to discover. It is a canvas demanding paint. It is marble awaiting the sculptor's chisel. It is clay asking for the pressure of hands that dare to shape it. We are born not as beings, but as possibilities, unfinished, unsculpted, raw material meant to be carved into something new. Every choice is a brushstroke. Every habit a line etched into the stone. Every belief a color added or removed. Every struggle a force that deepens texture in the portrait of the self. Most people never realize that they are artists of their own existence. They imagine life is something that happens to them, not something they design. But Nietzsche whispered a dangerous truth. You are the creator of who you become. Not fate, not God, not society, not heredity. Life offers the materials, but the shaping is yours. This realization frightens the soul because it tears away excuses. But it also liberates because it reveals the quiet power that lives beneath every breath. Existence is not a gift. It is a task, and the task is creation. Chapter 2. Shaping Your Own Character. Character, for Nietzsche, is not something inherited. It is not fixed. It is not etched into the soul at birth. Character is built. It is shaped through decisions, through contradictions confronted, through battles fought within, through suffering endured with honesty. Most people imagine their character as a reflection of their nature, as if personality were permanent. But Nietzsche believed that character is the masterpiece of deliberate self-creation. Weakness can become strength through discipline. Fear can become courage through exposure. Shame can become dignity through acceptance. Chaos can become order through self-mastery. The human being is not a statue carved once and complete. It is a sculpture in continuous refinement, its contours shaped by the chisel of experience and the hammer of intention. To shape one's character requires attention, the ability to study one's impulses, to recognize which drives lead upward and which lead downward, to starve the lesser forces and nourish the higher ones. Is slow work, painful work, sacred work. Self-creation is not indulgence. It is responsibility. To craft character is to take the chaotic fragments of one's nature and arrange them into something unified, something coherent, something resilient, something worthy. Nietzsche believed that every human has a deeper form within them, a higher self waiting to be sculpted from the raw stone of their contradictions. Character is not fate. It is art, and the artist is the self working upon itself. Chapter 3. Style as Spiritual Direction. When Nietzsche spoke of style, he did not refer to fashion or aesthetics. Style, for him, was the expression of inner order, the way a person chooses to live, act, speak, and move in harmony with their deepest values. Style is spiritual direction made visible. It is the signature of the soul painted through behavior. A person with style is not one who imitates, but one who expresses their inner coherence, a unity of thought, will, and action. Style arises when a person knows what they value and lives according to that knowledge. It is not loud. It is not performative. It is not a mask. Style is the natural expression of a self that has been shaped with intention. Some live with frantic style, driven by ambition, burning with intensity. Others live with quiet style, measured, subtle, deliberate. What matters is not the form, but the authenticity. Style is the moral compass of one's private world. It is the discipline to live in harmony with yourself, not with the expectations of the crowd, not with the commands of authority, not with the traditions inherited from the past. To Nietzsche, style is the outward rhythm of the inward life, a way of honoring the soul you are crafting and the person you are becoming. Style is integrity in motion. Chapter 4. Beauty Born from Struggle. Nietzsche saw something that most of the modern world has forgotten. The deepest forms of beauty are born from struggle. We think beauty comes from ease, from calm, from comfort. But Nietzsche believed that the beauty worth having comes from conflict, from the tension between opposites, from the soul that has endured and grown deeper because of it. The cracked stone reveals the sculptor's precision. The weathered face reveals the life lived within. The poem written in sorrow reveals the truth that joy could never speak. Beauty becomes profound only when it carries the weight of suffering transformed. A life without struggle may be pleasant, but it remains shallow, smooth, untextured, like a surface untouched by wind or rain. But a life that has suffered and risen, that has broken and repaired itself, that has fallen and learned to stand again. Such a life possesses a depth of beauty that cannot be imitated. Nietzsche believed that the most beautiful souls are not the ones who avoided suffering, but the ones who used it. They wrestled with their demons instead of hiding from them. They confronted their weakness instead of denying it. They built strength from the fractures within. Struggle gives shape. Pain gives character. Conflict gives fire. Beauty is not the absence of scars. It is the artful arrangement of them. Chapter 5. Living as a work of art. Nietzsche's most radical idea was not the Übermensch, nor the death of God, nor eternal recurrence. It was the idea that a human life can be lived as a work of art. Not art as decoration, not art as creativity, but art as the highest form of self-transformation. To live as a work of art is to treat life as something you shape, not something you simply endure. It is to approach your choices with intention, your habits with care, your thoughts with craftsmanship, your relationships with attention, your suffering with creativity. It is to live so consciously that even your mistakes become part of your design. Life becomes art when every moment is used as material, raw substance shaped into meaning. This is not perfection. It is participation. It is the daily involvement in the crafting of your destiny. To live as a work of art is to understand that the soul is not a vessel, but a workshop. It is to refuse passivity, to reject mediocrity, to say yes to the responsibility of shaping yourself. It is to master the inner war in such a way that conflict becomes creation, pain becomes depth, struggle becomes beauty, freedom becomes form. The masterpiece is not the outcome. The masterpiece is the becoming. Life as art is life lived with intention, life lived with courage, life lived with the understanding that the human being is not an accident, but an artist. And the art you create is the soul you leave behind. Part 22. Nietzsche on Love and Loneliness. Chapter 1. A heart that could not hold another. Beneath Nietzsche's thunderous ideas, beneath the sharp aphorisms and the prophetic tone of his writings, there lived a fragile truth that few dared to see. He was a man with a heart that longed deeply, achingly, for love. Not romantic warmth, not domestic comfort, not the soft companionship that most human beings crave. Nietzsche longed for a love that matched the intensity of his inner world. A love that understood his solitude, his suffering, his heights of thought, his depths of despair. He searched for someone who could stand beside him in the storm of his becoming. But when he reached out, the world stepped back. Because his heart was not ordinary. It beat with too much fire. It demanded too much honesty. It carried too many shadows. Nietzsche felt too much and spoke too truthfully. He exposed the underside of human emotions, the delicate strings holding people together. He was both too gentle and too intense, too severe for the ordinary, too tender for the cruel. And so his heart became a place no one else could inhabit. Not because he refused love, but because he needed a love that the world did not know how to give. The tragedy was not that Nietzsche could not love. It was that he could not find a heart capable of loving him back. Chapter 2. Affection against philosophy. Nietzsche's philosophy was born from experience, from illness, from the extremities of emotion, but often stood in direct conflict with his desire for closeness. He believed that great spirits must walk alone. He believed that attachment limits the highest forms of becoming. He He believed that dependence weakens the will. Yet inside him lived an affection that contradicted this harsh wisdom. He wanted tenderness, even while he preached hardness. He wanted connection, even while he wrote about solitude. He wanted someone to soothe the ache that immortality of thought could not cure. This contradiction tormented him. Affection required vulnerability, but vulnerability was the very thing his philosophy warned against. And so Nietzsche lived in a psychological battle between the philosopher who scorned dependence and the human being who longed to be held in a moment of warmth. His letters reveal a man capable of profound sweetness, soft words, shy humor, a yearning for gentleness that he expressed only in rare moments of trust. But he could not reconcile this tender part of himself with the fierce vision of self-overcoming that guided his philosophy. Nietzsche's heart was divided, one half needing love, the other forbidding it. In that tension, his loneliness grew. Chapter 3. The Tragedy of Re and Salome. The story of Nietzsche's unfulfilled love is inseparable from two figures who entered his life like comets, bright, brief, and devastating. Paul Re and Lou Salome. Two minds he admired, two companions he cherished, two souls he hoped might share the solitude of his intellectual world. Lou Salome was young, brilliant, enigmatic, fiercely independent, a woman drawn to ideas with a passion rare even among men. Nietzsche saw in her a possibility, the companion his soul had sought, a mind sharp enough to match his own, a spirit untouched by convention, a presence radiant with possibility. He asked her to join him in a life of shared thinking, shared questioning, shared assent. But Lou did not want marriage. She did not want ownership. She did not want to be conquered by the intensity of a man who needed more than she could give. And Paul Re, Nietzsche's close friend, was drawn to her as well. Their dynamic, a triangle of affection, admiration, and desire, became the quiet tragedy of Nietzsche's emotional life. His proposals were rejected, his hopes quietly extinguished. His friendship with Re fractured under the tension. His dream of companionship fell apart. Nietzsche was left outside, watching two people he cared for walk a path he could not join. The wound was not simply romantic. It was existential. He did not lose a lover. He lost the possibility of being understood. From that moment onward, Nietzsche retreated deeper in his solitude. The disappointment did not harden him. It hollowed him. In the hollow space, his philosophy grew darker, sharper, more prophetic. The tragedy of Re and Salome was not a lover's conflict. It was the breaking of Nietzsche's last hope for shared inner life. Chapter 4. Loneliness as Fate. Loneliness is not the same for every human being. For some, it is a passing emotion. For others, a condition of circumstance. For Nietzsche, loneliness became his destiny, not because he preferred it, but because every part of him, his intellect, his sensitivity, his illness, his ideals, made ordinary companionship impossible. He walked too far ahead. He spoke too honestly. He felt too deeply. He demanded too much from the soul of another. Loneliness became the silent companion of his highest thoughts. The cost of his vision was isolation. The cost of his truth was separation. The cost of his depth was distance. This loneliness was not bitterness. It was not self-pity. It was the solitude of a man who could not return to the shallows after seeing the depths. Nietzsche's loneliness was not a personal flaw. It was the fate of a spirit that lived at a different altitude than those around him. And there is a terrible beauty in such loneliness. It is the loneliness of prophets, of visionaries, of artists, of people who feel the weight of existence more heavily than the world around them. Nietzsche's loneliness was not accidental. It was the shadow cast by his light. Chapter 5. Love is impossible ideal. Nietzsche did not stop believing in love. He stopped believing that he could receive the kind of love he needed. For him, love was not romance. It was not desire. It was not comfort. Love was a meeting of souls, a recognition, a shared assent, a partnership in becoming. But such love requires two spirits equally strong, equally honest, equally courageous. and Nietzsche knew that such unions are rare to the point of impossibility. He wrote of love as if it were a mountain peak, visible in the distance, radiant in its purity, yet unreachable for most human beings. Love, for Nietzsche, was an ideal, something to aspire to, something to honor, something capable of elevating the soul rather than softening it. But because it was ideal, it remained unattained. He was too intellectual for the physical world, too emotional for the philosophical world, too vulnerable for the cruel world, too visionary for the ordinary world. And so love, for Nietzsche, became a symbol, a reminder of what the soul desires even when life cannot give it. Love was the promise of what might have been in a different world, a different time, a different body, a different fate. His longing remained, but it transformed from personal hunger into philosophical insight. He came to understand that some individuals are destined for solitude, not because they reject love, but because they love too deeply for the world they inhabit. Love became for Nietzsche the impossible ideal, a star he could see but never touch. And yet, it illuminated his path until the end. Part 23, Nietzsche against Pity. Chapter 1, The Danger of Compassion Misused. Pity is often praised as a virtue, a sign of goodness, a gesture of moral sensitivity, a mark of humanity's better nature. But Nietzsche looked at pity through darker, sharper eyes. He saw not the glowing halo that society placed upon it, but the shadow beneath. Pity, he believed, can be dangerous, not because compassion is wrong, but because compassion misused becomes a force that weakens both giver and receiver. Pity pulls the sufferer downward. It whispers to them that they are powerless, that they cannot rise, that they must be rescued from their own becoming. Pity makes suffering contagious. It multiplies it, echoes it, spreads it like a fog until everyone around begins to feel the heaviness of another's despair. Pity can trap both souls in a shared illusion, that suffering is something to be carried for someone else instead of endured by the one who must grow through it. Nietzsche feared pity not because he lacked heart, but because he understood the subtle violence that occurs when one person tries to relieve another of life's necessary burdens. For suffering, in Nietzsche's vision, is not an enemy to be defeated by sympathy. It is a catalyst for transformation. A life without sorrow may be pleasant, but it becomes shallow. A life wrapped in pity becomes stagnant, deprived of the inner fire that hardship ignites. Pity, when misused, becomes a soft poison, killing growth in the name of kindness. Chapter 2, Pity as Weakness in Disguise. To Nietzsche, pity often masquerades as goodness when it is really a disguised form of weakness. He saw that many people feel pity not because they want to help, but because they cannot bear the sight of suffering. Their compassion is a mirror of their own fragility. It is not the sufferer they want to save, but themselves from the discomfort of witnessing pain they do not know how to handle. Pity becomes a way to avoid truth, a way to shield oneself from the raw and difficult reality that life is not soft, that growth demands hardship, that suffering is woven into the structure of becoming. A person who has never endured their own darkness cannot bear to let others endure theirs. So they rush to intervene, to fix, to soothe, to soften, not out of strength, but out of fear. They cannot watch another soul walk through fire because they have never learned how to withstand heat. Pity becomes a soothing gesture from one frightened heart to another. Nietzsche saw this clearly, that pity often emerges from a place of moral fatigue, from emotional cowardice, from a refusal to confront the deep and painful truths of human existence. True strength does not rush to pity. It respects suffering as part of life's rhythm, part of the shaping force that makes a soul durable. Nietzsche believed that only those who have suffered well are capable of genuine compassion, not the pity that weakens, but the understanding that strengthens. The greatest kindness is not to protect someone from their suffering, but to believe that they can endure it. Chapter 3, The Cost of Saving the World. Nietzsche understood the tragic impulse to save the world, to lift the suffering of others, to heal their wounds, to to carry their burdens. He knew this impulse intimately, because it had lived in him once, before he understood the cost. Those who attempt to save the world often sacrifice themselves to a task that cannot be finished, cannot be measured, cannot be sustained. They exhaust their spirit in the endless attempt to mend what life continuously breaks. They bleed for those who will not heal. They give to those who cannot receive. They sacrifice until nothing remains but fatigue and bitterness. The savior complex is not heroism. It is despair disguised as duty. For the one who seeks to save all forgets that each soul must face its own trials. No one can grow on borrowed strength. No one can become on another's efforts. To take away someone's suffering in the name of compassion is to rob them of the very struggle that could have formed them. And to carry the world upon one's shoulders is to collapse under a weight no human was meant to bear. Nietzsche believed that saving the world is the most dangerous idea a person can hold, because it replaces wisdom with guilt, strength with exhaustion, clarity with martyrdom. The world does not need saviors. It needs individuals strong enough to become themselves. And from that strength, a different kind of compassion emerges, one that does not need to rescue others to feel virtuous. But the desire to save the world must die before such compassion can be born. Chapter 4. Suffering without sentimentality. Nietzsche demanded a different relationship with suffering, one stripped of sentimentality, one free from self-pity, one grounded in acceptance rather than emotion. He did not believe that suffering is beautiful. He did not believe that pain is noble. He did not believe that hardship is morally uplifting. Suffering simply is. It is the condition of life, not an aberration. It is woven into existence with the same inevitability as birth, as change, as death. To sentimentalize suffering is to distort it. To dramatize it is to feed its shadow. To indulge in self-pity is to drown the soul in a narrative of weakness. Nietzsche wanted to face suffering the way a warrior faces a storm. Not with tears, not with trembling, but with clear eyes and an unbroken will. To suffer without sentimentality is to recognize pain as part of the contract of life. It is to endure without collapsing inward. It is to allow hardship to carve depth without turning that depth into a wound one worships. For many people, suffering becomes identity. It becomes a currency they exchange for pity, for sympathy, for attention. But this turns pain into performance, and the self into a stage. Nietzsche believed there is only one dignified way to suffer. Honestly, quietly, purposefully. Not to attract compassion, but to build capacity. Not to be soothed, but to be strengthened. Not to fall into despair, but to rise beyond it. Suffering without sentimentality is not coldness. It is courage. Chapter 5. Strength without cruelty. At the heart of Nietzsche's critique of pity is a question rarely asked. Can one be strong without being cruel? Nietzsche believed that modern morality could no longer imagine strength without violence, or courage without aggression, or independence without coldness. Yet Nietzsche himself embodied a different kind of strength, a strength forged from illness, loneliness, rejection, and inner turmoil. His strength was not the strength of conquest or domination. It was the strength of endurance, of clarity, of self-discipline, of honesty. Strength without cruelty is the capacity to let others walk their path, even when it is painful. To honor their struggle without rushing to rescue them. To respect suffering as an instrument of transformation rather than a flaw to be erased. Strength without cruelty is not softness. It is steadiness. It is presence. It is the ability to hold one's ground while allowing others to find theirs. Strength without cruelty is the refusal to diminish another soul in the name of helping it. It is to believe that each person carries within them a reservoir of resilience that must be discovered through trial. It is compassion that does not weaken. It is empathy that does not collapse. It is kindness that does not interfere with the sovereignty of another's becoming. Nietzsche argued not against compassion, but against compassion that infantilizes, compassion that traps rather than frees. The highest form of love, for Nietzsche, is the love that trusts another person's ability to overcome. The highest form of strength is the strength that refuses to crush. And the highest form of compassion is the compassion that gives others space to grow, even when growth requires fire. Part 24. The Shadow of Christianity. Chapter 1. The Morality of Weakness. For nearly 2,000 years, Christianity shaped the inner landscape of Europe, not merely through churches, rituals, or scripture, but through a psychology that sank into the depths of the human conscience. It preached love, humility, gentleness, forgiveness. Virtue spoke softly, wrapped in the warmth of spiritual promise. But Nietzsche saw something hidden beneath the softness. He saw a morality of weakness, not by intention, but by design. Christianity, he believed, was born from the oppressed, the powerless, the afflicted, from those who had no strength to fight the world as it was. Christian morality became the revenge of the weak against the strong. It declared the mighty sinful, the noble corrupt, the proud damned, the powerful dangerously close to hell. And it sanctified the meek, the poor, the broken, the submissive. Christian morality inverted the ancient world's values. Where strength was once celebrated, it became suspect. Where ambition was once admired, it became sinful. Where vitality was once noble, it became indulgent. Christianity made weakness holy and strength shameful. This inversion was not accidental. It was a survival strategy, a psychological maneuver by the powerless to find dignity in their suffering and moral superiority in their defeat. Nietzsche saw this not as evil, but as profound tragedy, a morality built not on flourishing, but on fear, not on ascension, but on survival. A morality that teaches the human spirit to shrink instead of rise. Chapter 2. Forgiveness as social control. Forgiveness, one of Christianity's central virtues, seems pure, gentle, elevated. But Nietzsche looked deeper, beyond sentiment, into the mechanics of how morality operates. For him, forgiveness was not simply a spiritual act. It was a form of control. In a world of unequal power, forgiveness became a tool to soften rebellion, to neutralize resentment, to keep the oppressed peaceful and the powerful stable. Forgive your enemies, the doctrine says. Forgive those who harm you. Forgive 7 times 70. Nietzsche asked, what happens when a person forgives before confronting injustice? What happens when forgiveness replaces resistance? What happens when wrongdoing requires no consequence? Forgiveness becomes a command to submit, a way to prevent conflict and maintain order in a world built on hierarchy. If anger is sinful, if resistance is forbidden, if retaliation is condemned, then the oppressed internalize their pain instead of transforming it into the courage to change their conditions. Forgiveness, in its misused form, becomes a psychological chain. It teaches the soul to turn inward instead of outward, to accept wrongs rather than challenge them. Nietzsche did not reject compassion. He rejected forgiveness used to pacify spirit and prevent growth. Forgiveness, he believed, must never silence self-respect, never replace justice, never encourage passivity. Otherwise, it becomes a tool of self-betrayal disguised as virtue. Chapter 3. Humility as Psychological Strategy. Among Christian virtues, none stands more revered than humility. To be humble, to be small, to be low, to be meek, these were framed as paths to holiness. But Nietzsche sensed that humility was not born from spiritual enlightenment. It was born from psychology. Humility, he believed, is what the powerless embrace when they cannot compete with the powerful. It becomes a strategy. If I cannot win by strength, I will win by weakness. If I cannot be admired, I will be pitied. If I cannot command respect, I will command moral superiority. The weak turn their inferiority into a virtue. Humility becomes armor, a way to protect the ego from the pain of comparison. If being weak is morally superior, then strength becomes morally suspect. If being low is holy, then being high becomes sinful. If being passive is virtuous, then being assertive becomes guilt-ridden. Nietzsche saw humility not as spiritual truth, but as a clever psychological mutation, a survival instinct elevated into doctrine. Humility prevents growth by demonizing ambition. It preserves comfort by moralizing fear. It protects the fragile ego by condemning the heights it is too afraid to climb. True humility, Nietzsche believed, is simply honesty, acknowledging one's limits without celebrating them. But Christian humility, in its exaggerated form, became a celebration of smallness, a world in which the human being is taught to bow rather than rise, to shrink rather than expand, to silence its longing rather than follow it. Chapter 4. The Revaluation of All Values. The most daring act in Nietzsche's philosophy is his call for a revaluation of all values, a spiritual earthquake shattering the foundations of the old moral world. Christianity, he believed, had inverted the natural order of values. It turned strength into sin, weakness into virtue, passion into danger, instinct into corruption. The human soul had been trained to distrust itself, trained to fear its own power, trained to deny its desires, trained to condemn its vitality. Through centuries of Christian influence, the individual learned to say, "I am unworthy, I am sinful, my nature is corrupt, my instincts betray me, my freedom is dangerous." Nietzsche sought to turn this completely upside down. He wanted to restore value to what Christianity had demonized, to restore dignity to strength, courage, risk, vitality, passion, to restore worth to the instincts that guide human flourishing, to restore meaning to suffering as transformation rather than punishment. The revaluation of all values is the demand to look at morality with fresh eyes, to ask, does this value strengthen me or weaken me? Does it expand my life or diminish it? Does it make me honest or fearful? Does it awaken my will or suffocate it? Morality must not be inherited. It must be chosen. Christian values, Nietzsche believed, were historically understandable but spiritually outdated. Humanity needed new values, born not from fear of the self, but from affirmation of life. A morality that leads upward, not downward. A morality that celebrates becoming, not shrinking. A morality that loves strength without cruelty and vulnerability without worshiping weakness. This revaluation is not destruction. It is liberation. Chapter 5. The End of Christian Morality. Nietzsche did not seek to eradicate Christianity with hatred or resentment. He simply believed that its time had passed. Christian morality belonged to an age of suffering, an age of persecution, an age in which people needed consolation more than strength. But modern humanity, he believed, was entering a new era, an era in which the old moral codes no longer serve the soul. When God dies, when the heavens fall silent, when a moral universe collapses, what remains? The human being, alone, free, terrified, unburdened, unanchored, responsible. The end of Christian morality is not the end of morality itself. It is the end of a morality built on denial, denial of the body, denial of desire, denial of ambition, denial of individuality. What comes after is the task of creating a new moral world, a morality born from strength instead of weakness, growth instead of submissiveness, inner fire instead of guilt, courage instead of fear, truth instead of comfort, self-respect instead of self-negation. Christian morality taught humans to look upward, to seek salvation beyond themselves. Nietzsche's morality demands that they look inward, to find salvation in the depths of their own becoming. The end of Christian morality is not a collapse. It is a beginning, a painful one, a lonely one, a terrifying one, but a beginning nonetheless. The beginning of a humanity willing to rise without leaning on heaven. A humanity willing to take responsibility for its own meaning. A humanity ready to become what it truly is, Part 25, The Illness and the Insight. Chapter 1, Body as Battlefield. From the outside, Nietzsche looked like a thinker of thunder, a man of fierce ideas, sharp words, volcanic visions. But inside him, beneath the intellect, beneath the brilliance, beneath the fierce demand for strength, something far more fragile lived. His body was a battlefield. From childhood onward, he suffered storms that tore through his nerves, his muscles, his vision. Migraines so violent they left him blinded for days. Nausea so relentless it twisted the stomach until food became an enemy. Exhaustion so deep that even walking felt like wading through fire. His body betrayed him again and again. But Nietzsche did not retreat into bitterness or despair. He studied his pain. He listened to it like a prophet listens to omens. He treated his suffering not as punishment, but as material, a raw, burning substance to be forged into insight. Pain sharpened his consciousness. It forced him inward. It stripped the world of distraction. It left him alone with only his thoughts and the cruelty of his own sensations. His philosophy did not grow in comfort or health. It grew in fever. It grew in weakness. It grew in nights of pain so sharp that the mind had to become stronger than the body that carried it. Nietzsche's battlefield was not the world. It was himself. And in that battle, his genius took shape. Chapter 2, The Mind and Migraine. Migraine for Nietzsche was not a headache. It was an eclipse, a darkness that closed in from the edges of vision, a tightening ring of fire around his skull, a storm exploding behind his eyes. During these attacks, light stabbed like knives. Sound cracked like thunder. Thinking became a struggle, breathing a negotiation, consciousness a flickering candle threatened by every gust of pain. The world dissolved into a single, overwhelming sensation, a grinding, pulsating torment that demanded total surrender. Yet Nietzsche refused to surrender. In the rare moments of clarity between the peaks of pain, when the migraines released their grip just long enough for thought to rise again, he wrote. He wrote as if time were running out, as if ideas might escape him if he did not seize them quickly. Some of his most powerful passages, the deepest aphorisms, the sharpest critiques, the most prophetic insights, were born in the fragile space between migraine and silence. Pain did not silence him. It focused him. Forced into darkness, he saw more clearly than those living in bright light. Forced in his stillness, he traveled deeper within than most ever dare to go. Forced into physical suffering, he learned the endurance that forged his insight. Migraine did not weaken his thought. It purified it, burned away the unnecessary, left only the essential. That is why Nietzsche's writing feels like it was carved rather than written. Every sentence condensed by pain into its purest form. The mind in migraine became a furnace in which his thoughts were tempered. Chapter 3, The Vision in Vulnerability. Nietzsche's vulnerability was not a flaw. It was his doorway into truths unseen by the healthy, unfelt by the comfortable, unknown by the strong. His suffering made him sensitive to the undercurrents of human existence, to instability, to longing, to fragility, to contradiction. Where a stronger man might dismiss emotion, Nietzsche felt it intensely. Where others saw pride, Nietzsche sensed fear. Where others saw morality, he sensed resentment. Where others saw certainty, he sensed denial. His vulnerability gave him a radiographic vision, a capacity to see beneath the surface of human behavior. Illness opened cracks through which deeper truths entered. Vulnerability became a lens that magnified reality. He understood despair because he lived with it. He understood isolation because he walked through it. He understood weakness because it visited him daily. Nietzsche's insights were not abstractions. They were confessions of a soul living without armor. Pain stripped him of false optimism. Illness stripped him of illusions of strength. Loneliness stripped him of comforting lies. What remained was clarity, a clarity purchased at a terrible cost. This is why his ideas feel so raw, so piercing, so difficult to escape. They were born in a body too fragile to protect him from the weight of reality. Vulnerability became vision. And through that vision, Nietzsche saw the human soul in ways no healthy philosopher ever could. Chapter 4. The Clarity of Collapse. In the final years of his life, Nietzsche's mind began to fracture. Illness, exhaustion, loneliness, all these forces accumulated until the weight became unbearable. He collapsed in a madness not suddenly, but gradually, like a mountain eroding under storms year after year. But even in that collapse, there was clarity, a clarity that revealed the price of carrying a mind too intense for the world around it. Nietzsche's breakdown was not simply illness. It was the culmination of a life spent thinking too deeply, feeling too sharply, enduring too much. He had pushed his mind to its limits, challenged every assumption, shattered every illusion, exposed every hidden motive. He carried the psychological weight of an entire civilization's crisis, the death of God, the collapse of morality, the rise of nihilism. Such a burden could crush any mind, and Nietzsche carried it alone. His collapse was not failure. It was the inevitable cost of his honesty. The clarity he provided the world was purchased at the expense of his own stability. The deeper he saw, the more isolated he became. The more he endured, the more fragile he grew. His final descent was not a tragedy of weakness. It was the final consequence of spiritual courage. Few souls can walk that far into truth and return intact. Nietzsche walked so far that the return became impossible. His collapse revealed something profound. That genius is often closest to breaking when it is closest to revelation. Chapter 5. The Genius in Fragility. We imagine genius as something powerful, mighty, untouchable. But Nietzsche showed that genius can grow from fragility, that a weakened body can house a towering mind. His brilliance was not born from strength, but from endurance. Not from comfort, but from suffering. Not from health, but from the constant tension between collapse and insight. Fragility forced him inward. Inwardness forced him to confront the structures of the human soul. And from that confrontation came ideas that changed the course of modern thought. Nietzsche's genius was not the genius of a conqueror. It was the genius of a wounded prophet, a man whose frailty made him sensitive to the deepest vibrations of existence. Fragility made him alert to the subtle forces that guide human behavior, to the contradictions, to the unconscious motives, to the hidden suffering in every human face. Fragility trained him to listen where others talk, to observe where others rush, to reflect where others distract. Through fragility, he developed an intimacy with suffering that allowed him to understand the soul's capacity for transformation. Nietzsche's genius is inseparable from his fragility, because fragility forced him to see what the strong ignore. Fragility forced him to feel what the indifferent avoid. Fragility forced him to think what the comfortable never imagine. His weakness became the origin of his insight. His illness became the forge of his philosophy. His fragility became the doorway to his power. And through that doorway, he offered the world a vision of humanity capable of rising from its suffering into something higher. Part 26. The Madness Approaches. Chapter 1. Signals of a Breaking Mind. Long before the final collapse, long before the letters grew wild and the world slipped from his grasp, Nietzsche felt the subtle tremors of something shifting inside him. Not sudden, not dramatic, but quiet distortions, like cracks forming in ice before the river splits open. The signals were small at first. A trembling of the hand when he tried to write. A confusion between dreams and waking thought. Words arriving too quickly for his pen to capture. Emotions rising without cause or anchor. He felt his vision blur, not from migraine, but from something deeper. A trembling of the mind that no doctor could diagnose, no philosophy could explain. His instincts became sharper, but his boundaries blurred. His insights grew brighter, but the world around him dimmed. His thoughts grew faster, but coherence slipped like sand through trembling fingers. It was as though his consciousness were expanding faster than his body could endure. He sensed that the mind was not an infinite vessel, that there's a point at which too much insight, too much solitude, too much intensity begins to tear the inner fabric. Nietzsche felt the first warnings not as fear, but as exhaustion, a bone-deep fatigue, as if the act of thinking had become an avalanche that no longer knew how to stop. Something inside him was approaching a breaking point, and the signs glimmered like distant lightning on the horizon of his soul. Chapter 2. The Weight of Too Much Thought. Most people think casually. Their thoughts come and go like breezes across the surface of a lake. Soft, passing, harmless. Nietzsche's thoughts were storms. They struck with force, burned with intensity, demanded total presence. Each idea was a mountain to climb, a darkness to descend, a fire to walk through. He thought with the weight of someone trying to understand the whole world from within the loneliness of his own skull. The death of God, the rise of nihilism, the future collapse of morality, the inner contradictions of human nature, the birth of new values in a world stripped of meaning. These were not theories for him. They were realities he felt unfolding in the marrow of his bones. The burden was immense. To see so far ahead is not a blessing. It is a weight. To perceive what others cannot see is to live without companionship. To understand what others deny is to stand alone in an empty field where no one else dares to walk. And Nietzsche carried this alone, without students, without friends, without a community that believed in his vision. Thought piled upon thought like stones on the chest of a drowning man. His mind, brilliant as it was, could not rest. It could not slow. It could not find peace. He carried the philosophical future on a body too frail to bear its cost. The insight sharpened his mind, but the weight began to crack it. Genius, for Nietzsche, was never a gift. It was a burden he could not lay down. Chapter 3. When insight becomes isolation. The more Nietzsche understood, the more isolated he became. Insight is a bridge when shared between two minds, but when it is carried by one alone, it becomes a wall. He wrote with the urgency of someone trying to reach a world slipping away from him. But the world did not respond. His books sold poorly. His ideas were ignored. His warnings went unheard. His visionary sentences echoed into silence. The more he saw, the less anyone else understood him. People read his words and called them madness long before madness truly came. They thought his passion was arrogance. His urgency was delusion. His prophecy was exaggeration. Nietzsche felt the ache of being unseen, a loneliness that burrowed past the intellect and into the heart. He once wrote, "There will come a time when my name will not be spoken without trembling." He felt this future, but knew he would not live to witness it. This knowledge isolated him further. He lived mentally in an age that had not yet arrived. Insight became the cage from which he could no longer escape. Isolation deepened. Letters grew erratic. Sentences broke open. Emotions widened beyond their ordinary borders. Nietzsche became a stranger in his own mind. The price of being too awake in a world that was still asleep. Chapter 4. The descent no one could stop. By the time Nietzsche reached 1888, the cracks inside him had widened too far to be repaired. The descent had begun. His energies surged unpredictably, moments of overwhelming clarity followed by moments of collapse. He wrote with terrifying speed, as if he sensed his own time running out. 3, sometimes 4 books in a single year, each bursting with fire, with rage, with prophetic urgency. But alongside the brilliance, something else appeared. Letters addressed to kings, to gods, to friends long dead. Declarations of divine mission. Emotions overflowing their vessels. Thoughts racing faster than language could contain. His mind was burning too hot, too bright, too quickly. Friends noticed the change, but could not reach him. Doctors tried to intervene, but could not understand the nature of his suffering. He lived in a fever of soaring thought and disintegrating stability. The descent was not dramatic. It was intimate, quiet, devastating. A slow unraveling of the boundaries that kept self and world separate. Nietzsche was not defeated by madness. He was consumed by a mind that could no longer bear its own intensity. No one could stop the descent, not because they did not try, but because the collapse was the final expression of a life lived beyond the limits of ordinary consciousness. Chapter 5. The Moment the World Went Dark. January 1889. Turin. Nietzsche stepped into the street and saw a horse being beaten. Its suffering a raw wound upon the world he felt too intensely. Something inside him broke. Not a thought, not an idea. Something deeper, a final thread holding his mind together. He rushed forward, threw his arms around the horse's neck, and whispered apologies to an animal that could not understand him. Then he collapsed. The world went dark. The philosopher who had peered into the abyss for too long finally crossed its threshold. Days of silence followed. Then letters full of fragmentation, signed the crucified, signed Dionysus, signed with names that were no longer his. His mind dissolved into a vast interior night from which he never returned. He lived 10 more years in silence, in stillness, in a darkness so deep it became its own kind of eternity. The world he once illuminated grew distant. The ideas he once carried drifted away from him. The self he sculpted became unreachable. And yet, in that final darkness, a strange peace surrounded him. He no longer bore the weight of too much thought. He no longer carried the crisis of modernity. He no longer suffered the loneliness of vision. The mind that broke was the mind that had once revealed the future. The silence that followed was the silence of a man who had given everything he had, until nothing remained. The world went dark for Nietzsche, but the world he foresaw was only beginning to wake. Part 27, The Final Silence. Chapter 1, Years Without Words. After the collapse in Turin, after the horse, after the letters that broke like shattered mirrors, the world Nietzsche once illuminated slipped out of reach. A man who lived in sentences, who breathed in metaphors, who survived by carving thought from pain, suddenly fell into a silence that stretched not days, not months, but 10 long years. A decade without words. A decade without philosophy. A decade without the fire of becoming that once moved through him like lightning. His mind, once a storm, became a distant, unreachable continent, a place where language no longer lived. Family and caretakers watched as he sat quietly near windows, staring into a distance only he could see, sometimes smiling, sometimes trembling, sometimes humming faint melodies from his childhood. His body remained, but the consciousness within had sailed beyond the horizon. Visitors came, philosophers, students, admirers, hoping for a glimpse of the mind that had changed the world. But all they found was silence. Silence where once there had been thunder. Silence where once there had been rebellion. Silence where once there had been the voice of a prophet. Nietzsche had spoken his last words long before his heart stopped beating. And in that silence there lived a strange, aching tragedy. The greatest mind of his age spent its final years in quiet disappearance, as if the universe had closed a door and whispered, "Rest now. Your task is finished." His silence was not emptiness. It was the long echo of a life that had burned too brightly for too long. Chapter 2. The Body Alive, the Mind Gone. What does it mean for the body to survive while the mind has vanished? Nietzsche became a symbol of this mystery, a man whose physical form lingered like a hollow monument, while the essence of who he was drifted somewhere unreachable. He was often seen sitting outdoors, wrapped in blankets, gazing at the mountains with soft, unfocused eyes. The world he once dissected with thought now passed over him like clouds drifting across an indifferent sky. His hands, once trembling with intensity from the urgency to write, now rested quietly on his lap. Hands that had crafted some of the fiercest sentences in the history of philosophy now held nothing. They no longer reached outward or inward. They simply existed. The separation between body and mind became complete. People described him as peaceful, gentle, childlike, as if the suffering that had once carved him open had finally dissolved into a silent surrender. The brilliant eyes that once saw into the soul of the world became unfocused pools, reflecting only sunlight and passing shadows. There is a sorrow in such survival, the body carrying on after the self has departed. But there is also a strange mercy. Nietzsche no longer felt the torment of ideas, no longer felt the grinding of migraines, no longer felt the loneliness of prophetic vision. The mind that broke had carried too much. And now, freed from its burdens, Nietzsche lived in a state outside thought, a quiet, drifting state like the final embers of a once blazing star. The mind was gone, but the man remained, a fragile reminder of what genius costs. Chapter 3. The Sister's Shadow. Into this silence stepped Elisabeth Forster Nietzsche, his sister, devoted, ambitious, and deeply flawed. She gathered his manuscripts. She organized his archives. She curated his image. She presented herself as the guardian of his legacy. But her shadow fell long and dark. Elisabeth, shaped by nationalism and ideologies Nietzsche despised, began reshaping his writings, editing, omitting, rearranging, smoothing the sharp edges, twisting meanings to align with her own beliefs. Nietzsche could not defend himself. The man who had spent his life fighting against dogma, against herd mentality, against nationalism, against anti-Semitism, was now silent, and his silence left room for distortion. Elisabeth turned his notebooks into a political weapon. She molded his image into something he would have hated. She allowed dangerous movements to claim him as their prophet. The philosopher of self-overcoming was transformed, against his will, into a symbol for ideologies that betrayed his deepest values. It was a second tragedy, not of body or mind, but of legacy. Nietzsche had spent his life warning humanity against the misuse of ideas. Yet in his silence, his own ideas were taken and twisted. His sister's shadow became part of his history, a reminder that even the greatest minds can be reshaped by the ambitions of the living. The silence of his final years was not peaceful. It was vulnerable, and into that vulnerability, Elisabeth stepped with intentions far removed from Nietzsche's truth. Chapter 4. The Legacy Distorted. Long after Nietzsche's collapse, his works began to circulate in forms he never intended. Words rearranged, philosophies misinterpreted, ideas exaggerated or amputated to fit political agendas. People who never read him claimed to follow him. People he would have despised used his name as a banner. The prophet of individuality became, in distorted hands, a prophet of ideology. The critic of nationalism was branded a nationalist. The enemy of anti-Semitism was portrayed as its patron. The lover of life was turned into a philosopher of cruelty. Nietzsche's writings became a battlefield of interpretations, some sincere, others manipulative, some brilliant, others dangerous. The tragedy of all was that Nietzsche himself could no longer correct anyone. His voice, once sharp, once defiant, once alive with fire, was now locked inside silence. History misread him. Movements misused him. Scholars battled over him. But beneath the distortions, the real Nietzsche remained. A man who championed strength, not domination. A man who loved humanity, even while criticizing it. A man who believed in the potential of the individual, not the tyranny of the collective. The true Nietzsche is found not in the edits of his sister, nor in the slogans of ideologues, but in the quiet, trembling pages he wrote before the collapse. Pages born from suffering, from solitude, from vulnerability, from courage. His legacy was distorted, but not destroyed, because truth, if deep enough, survives its misinterpretations. Chapter 5. The Long Goodbye. Nietzsche's final goodbye was not spoken in words. It was spoken in silence. 10 years of drifting consciousness, 10 years of winter light on his face, 10 years of quiet afternoons, and gentle music played in a room where he sat, unmoving. 10 years of slow departure. His mother tended to him first, a quiet redemption for years of emotional distance. She cared for him with a soft devotion that arrived too late for conversation, but not too late for tenderness. After her death, Elisabeth took him in, not out of love, but out of ambition. And Nietzsche lived in her home as a silent figure, a relic, a fragile symbol of a greatness he could no longer display. Visitors described him as peaceful. Others described him as vacant. Some said his eyes still held a glimmer of recognition, a ghost of the mind that once burned so fiercely. But the goodbye continued, slow, gentle, relentless. On August 25th, 1900, Nietzsche's body finally followed his mind into the long night. The world did not immediately notice. The newspapers wrote short columns. Philosophers glanced at his name with mild curiosity. Germany remained quiet. The true mourning would come decades later, when humanity finally realized what had been lost and what had been foretold. Nietzsche's long goodbye was not the end of his influence. It was the beginning. For in the silence of his final years, his ideas waited, like seeds buried deep beneath winter earth, ready to bloom in a century that would struggle with the very crises he predicted. Nietzsche left the world in darkness, but the world he left behind was only beginning to understand his light. Part 28, The Resurrection of His Thought. Chapter 1, Rediscovery in the 20th Century. When Nietzsche died in 1900, the world barely noticed. He slipped into the earth with no triumph, no ceremony, no recognition worthy of the mind that had carried an entire century of questions within its fragile frame. But time, patient and merciless, has a way of revealing what the present fails to see. As the 20th century began to unfold, with its wars, its revolutions, its shattered ideologies, its scientific upheavals, its existential anxieties, Nietzsche's words began to rise from the silence like a prophecy remembered too late. The world discovered that the crises destroying were the very crises Nietzsche had foreseen. The death of God, the collapse of morality, the rise of nihilism, the mass movements built from resentment, the technological age that would leave the human soul unanchored and drifting. His books, once ignored, were read as warnings that had gone unheeded. What he wrote in solitude, others now read in desperation. Philosophers returned to him like wanderers returning to a map they once dismissed. Writers found in him the language of their own despair. Psychologists saw him as the unacknowledged father of the inner world. Artists recognized in him the fire of radical creativity. Nietzsche's rediscovery was not a tribute. It was a reckoning. The world realized that a man who died in silence had predicted its chaos with impossible precision. His thought rose from the ashes of the old world like a phoenix made of aphorisms and fire. He was no longer forgotten. He had returned. Chapter 2. Nietzsche's ideas misused. But resurrection is never pure. The first to embrace Nietzsche were not always the ones who understood him. His sister's distortions, already woven into his legacy, became weapons in the hands of those searching for ideological fire. Movements built on hatred claimed him as their prophet. Nationalists quoted passages he never meant for them. Dictators invoked his name without understanding his vision. Extremists used his language to justify cruelty he would have condemned. The Übermensch was twisted into a symbol of racial superiority when Nietzsche meant it as a spiritual idea, a psychological transformation, a personal destiny, never a collective doctrine. The will to power was misread as a call for domination. When Nietzsche meant inner mastery, self-overcoming, the ability to rise beyond one's own limitations. His critique of Christianity was interpreted as hatred, when it was a plea for spiritual honesty and the rebirth of human meaning. Even his madness was romanticized into something dangerous, as though collapse were a sign of validation rather than the tragic cost of bearing too much thought. Nietzsche's thought was misused because the world was not ready for the depth of his message. People saw only the fire, not the suffering that forged it. They saw the sharpness, but not the compassion. They saw the rebellion, but not the responsibility. They saw the rage, but not the self-critique that accompanied it. A misunderstood prophet is more dangerous than a forgotten one. Nietzsche's early resurrection was marked by misuse, a shadow falling across the light he tried to bring. Chapter 3. Nietzsche's ideas reclaimed. But history, like the tides, is cleansing. After the storms of misuse passed, a new generation of scholars, thinkers, writers, artists began to reclaim Nietzsche's voice, to read him as he truly was, not as others painted him. They read his letters, his notebooks, his fragments, his pain, his humor, his longing, his vulnerability. They discovered the gentleness beneath his fire, the wounded human being beneath the prophet, the loneliness beneath the thunder. Nietzsche was reclaimed by those who understood that he was not a philosopher of cruelty, but a philosopher of honesty. Not a destroyer of morality, but a builder of new meaning. Not a champion of superiority, but a prophet of individuality. Not a prophet of despair, but a teacher of courage in a world without guarantees. He became a guide for those who feared nihilism but refused to surrender to it. He became a companion to those who walked through modernity's darkness seeking light, not from authority, but from within. His words were reread, reinterpreted, restored. Not as commandments, not as ideology, but as invitations to a deeper, more introspective, more authentic form of human existence. Nietzsche's thought was reclaimed in its true spirit, as a call to become oneself. Chapter 4. The Birth of Modern Existentialism. From Nietzsche's fire grew a movement that would dominate the intellectual landscape of the 20th century. Existentialism. Sartre, Camus, Heidegger, Kierkegaard's revival, Simone de Beauvoir, all in different ways drank from Nietzsche's well. His vision of a world without inherent meaning, a world in which the collapse of old values requires new ones, became the foundation of modern existential thought. Sartre took Nietzsche's insight that meaning must be created and turned it into existence precedes essence. Camus took Nietzsche's confrontation with the absurd and shaped it into the philosophy of revolt. Heidegger took Nietzsche's analysis of nihilism and made it the axis of being and time. Even Freud and Jung found in Nietzsche's depths the first sketch of the subconscious mind, of archetypes, of repression, of symbolic life. Artists, too, found a home in Nietzsche. Poets embraced his vision of life as artistic creation. Musicians embraced his intensity. Painters embraced his darkness. Novelists embraced his psychological depth. Existentialism was not created by Nietzsche, but Nietzsche lit the fire. His thought became the seed from which 20th century philosophy grew its most intimate and anguished branches. The birth of existentialism was the second resurrection of Nietzsche's voice, now understood as a guide for a world without certainties. A world he predicted, a world he suffered for, a world that finally needed him. Chapter 5. The philosopher of the future emerges. Nietzsche called himself a philosopher of the future, and for decades the world did not understand what he meant. But as the 20th century ended and the 21st began, his ideas grew more relevant than ever before. He foresaw the collapse of traditional belief. He foresaw the emptiness of mass culture. He foresaw the rise of mediated identities. He foresaw a world that values comfort over greatness, distraction over depth, certainty over truth. He saw the last man in every glowing screen, every numbed citizen, every life lived safely but without purpose. And he knew that something must rise beyond this decline. A new kind of human, not physically superior, not politically dominant, but spiritually awake. A human who creates meaning instead of inheriting it, who shapes their own values, who lives with courage in the absence of certainty, who uses suffering as material for growth, who understands freedom as responsibility, who turns life itself into a work of art. The philosopher of the future is not Nietzsche. It is the one who reads him and awakens. It is the soul brave enough to face the abyss without collapsing, brave enough to create where others obey, brave enough to live without borrowed truths. Nietzsche's resurrection is not merely intellectual. It is spiritual. He returned not to teach answers, but to teach how to live without them. In the ruins of old values, Nietzsche's thought stands like a torch, lighting the path toward a new kind of humanity. The philosopher of the future emerges not from books, but from courage. The courage to become what one truly is. Part 29. Nietzsche's Final Lesson. Chapter 1. Suffering as Strength. If Nietzsche left the world one final truth, one final shard of wisdom carved from illness, loneliness, brilliance, and collapse, it is this. Suffering is not the enemy. Suffering is the soil. Suffering is the forge. Suffering is the secret teacher of the soul. He believed that the human spirit does not grow through comfort, but through tension. Not through safety, but through difficulty. Not through ease, but through struggle. A life without suffering is like a blade never sharpened, smooth, pleasant, harmless, and ultimately dull. Nietzsche did not romanticize pain. He did not call it beautiful. He did not seek it or glorify it. But he understood a truth deeper than optimism, that suffering transforms when the individual refuses to collapse beneath it. Suffering expands perception. It deepens compassion. It hardens courage. It reveals what remains when everything else falls away. In every hardship he endured, the migraines, the loneliness, the heartbreaks, the rejections, the exile, the madness approaching, Nietzsche found not only agony, but clarity. Pain carved out space inside him for insight to grow. He believed that the strongest souls are not those spared from suffering, but those who endure it and rise from it with deeper understanding. Suffering is not strength, but the way one meets suffering can become it. And this, Nietzsche whispered to those who would listen. Do not curse your suffering. Study it. Use it. Grow from it. Let it carve you into something stronger than you were. Suffering is the first lesson, the beginning of the path. Chapter 2. Freedom as Responsibility. Nietzsche's second great lesson was not a comfort either. He believed that genuine freedom is heavy, the heaviest burden a human being can carry. To be free is not simply to choose. It is to understand that you must choose, and that every choice reveals who you are. Freedom is the absence of predetermined meaning, the absence of a divine script, the absence of inherited certainty. And so freedom forces the individual to take responsibility for the direction of their life, for their values, their behavior, their character, their failures, their growth. Most flee from this burden. They prefer belonging to becoming, obedience to choice, comfort to confrontation. It is easier to say, this is how I was raised. This is what society expects. This is what my culture taught me. This is the path already laid out. But Nietzsche saw in this a quiet betrayal, a surrender of one's sovereignty to the dictates of the collective. Freedom is not the permission to live without rules. Freedom is the responsibility to create rules from one's own depths, to hold one's life in one's own hands without apology and without excuse. Freedom frightens because it removes the illusion of innocence. There is no one left to blame, no one left to hide behind, no destiny scripted by others, only the self and the vast, open horizon of what it could become. Freedom is terrifying, but Nietzsche believed it is also sacred, because in its burden lies the possibility of becoming yourself. Chapter 3. Meaning as Creation. If God is dead, if the heavens are silent, if the old moral world has collapsed, what remains? Nietzsche's answer is both simple and devastating. Meaning does not exist. Meaning must be created, not by societies, not by institutions, not by doctrines, not by tradition, but by the individual mind, through its actions, its visions, its values, its courage. Meaning is not discovered like a fossil beneath the earth. Meaning is forged like a blade in the fire. The question is not, what is the meaning of life? Nietzsche believed the deeper question is, what meaning will you give your life through how you live it? Meaning is not a gift. It is a responsibility. And so the human being must become an artist, not of paintings or sculptures or music, but of existence itself. Meaning grows through the commitments we choose, the struggles we endure, the creation we pursue, the values we shape from the raw material of experience. Meaning is a verb, not a noun. It is an action, not an inheritance. A process, not a possession. In a universe without guarantees, meaning is the flame we keep alive against the darkness. And the one who creates meaning lives not in despair, but in power. Chapter 4. Self as Project. Another of Nietzsche's final lessons is the idea that the self is not a fixed identity, but a project, unfinished, evolving, sculpted from conflict and conscious choice. Most people assume they already are who they are. Nietzsche struck at this illusion with relentless intensity. The self is not given. The self is built. The self is shaped through our decisions, our failures, our introspection, our becoming. Become who you are, one of Nietzsche's most enigmatic and powerful commands, means that identity is not a discovery, but a creation. The self is clay in our own hands. The self is a workshop of inner tensions. The self is a garden that must be tended or left to decay. To treat the self as a project is to accept that you are not finished, that your edges remain uncarved, your depths unmapped, your possibilities unexplored. It is to welcome the discomfort of growth, the discipline of self-honesty, the challenge of change. It is to stop living on autopilot. It is to become artist and artwork at the same time. Nietzsche saw self-creation as the highest human task, the work of a lifetime, never completed, never easy, never free of pain. But in that struggle lies dignity. In that work lies freedom. In that becoming lies fulfillment. Chapter 5. Life as Affirmation. Nietzsche's final lesson, the crown of his thought, is a lesson of affirmation. To affirm life is not to deny suffering. It is not to claim happiness when none exists. It is not naive optimism or forced positivity. Affirmation is deeper. It is the ability to say yes to life as it truly is, with its beauty and its brutality, its joy and its sorrow, its rising and its collapsing. To affirm life is to embrace existence without conditions. To accept that meaning must be forged, that the self must be sculpted, that suffering must be endured, that freedom must be carried, that becoming must be chosen. Nietzsche imagined the ultimate test of affirmation. If your life repeated forever exactly as it is, would you say yes to its eternal return? This is not a literal doctrine. It is a spiritual trial. It asks, have you lived in a way that you could embrace your own existence, not escape it? Have you lived authentically, courageously, creatively, deeply, truthfully? Affirmation is not perfection. It is intimacy with life, an intimacy so deep that even the darkness is accepted as part of the whole. Nietzsche believed that the human being must learn to say yes from the depths of the suffering they endure, the freedom they claim, the meaning they create, the self they shape. Life as affirmation is life lived awake. It is the final lesson, the hardest lesson, the lesson he carved from the fire of his own existence. And in that yes, spoken quietly, slowly, courageously, the human soul transcends despair and begins to rise. Part 30. Toward the Higher Human. Chapter 1. The Dawn After Nihilism. Nihilism is not the end. It is the night before dawn that most human beings never live long enough to see. When the old values collapse, when God falls silent, when morality dissolves, when meaning breaks, when the soul finds itself alone in an indifferent universe, most stop there. They freeze in the darkness. They surrender to despair. They numb themselves with distraction or routine. They seek comfort in illusions they no longer believe. But Nietzsche looked deeper. He saw nihilism not as a final grave, but as the clearing of ruins, a burned field from which the possibility for new life might one day grow. Nihilism is the wind that sweeps away the rot. It is the collapse of everything false. It is the fire that devours inherited illusions. The dawn begins not with light, but with the last darkness. Nietzsche's dawn is not gentle. It is not romantic. It does not return to old traditions or naive optimism. It rises from the cracked earth of a world that has lost every guarantee it once held sacred. The dawn after nihilism belongs only to those who refuse to turn back. Those who look at the void and do not flee. Those who stand in the cold air of meaninglessness and do not shiver. It belongs to those who walk through the night as if it were a passage, not a prison. For them, and only them, a new horizon appears, not given from above, not inherited from the past, but forged from the depths of the awakened self. This is Nietzsche's dawn, a beginning born from the ashes of the final ending. Chapter 2. The Courage to Become. To move toward the higher human, Nietzsche believed, requires a rare courage. Not the courage of warriors, not the courage of heroes, but the quiet, unyielding courage to become. Becoming is frightening because it betrays the past. It demands self-confrontation. It asks a person to shed old identities like a snake sheds its skin. Becoming means saying goodbye to the version of yourself that once protected you, but now confines you. Most people cling to who they have been because it feels safer than who they might become. But Nietzsche asks, what if the future self is waiting for you like a distant mountain, visible only to those willing to climb? Becoming requires self-honesty so sharp that it stings. It requires the courage to destroy one's illusions, one's pretended motives, one's inherited values. It is the courage to be the sculptor of one's own soul. And this courage is not a single act. It is a daily, hourly decision. To rise instead of sleep. To create instead of repeat. To seek instead of obey. To shape oneself instead of surrendering to comfort or habit. The courage to become is the courage to live without guarantees. To accept the risk that every step forward changes the self forever. The higher human is not stronger because they dominate. They're stronger because they dare to evolve. Becoming is courage. Becoming is risk. Becoming is art. And the one who becomes is already on the path to something higher. Chapter 3. The Birth of New Values. When the old world collapses, when nothing inherited remains, when morality cracks and certainty dissolves, what arises? For Nietzsche, this is the moment of creation. The birth of new values is the sacred task of the higher human. Values were once given by religion, by culture, by tradition, by authority. But in the modern world, the world Nietzsche foresaw, the individual must decide what is worth living for, what is worth striving for, what is worth suffering for. Values must be chosen, not inherited. Forged, not accepted. Created, not copied. To create values is to ask the deepest questions. What strengthens my spirit? What expands my life? What makes me honest? What elevates my character? What gives me meaning in a world without certainty? These questions cannot be answered by society. They can only be answered by the self. The birth of new values is not loud. It is not dogmatic. It does not ask for believers or followers. It is private, quiet, intensely personal. A single human being choosing how to live, not according to commandments, but according to their own inner necessity. This does not mean indulgence. It does not mean chaos. It does not mean doing whatever one wants. New values require more discipline than old ones. Old values were inherited. New values must be earned. The higher human does not break morality. They rebuild it from the ground up, not because they reject the world, but because they love it enough to reimagine it. Chapter 4. The Spirit of Eternal Yes. Perhaps Nietzsche's most profound gift to the modern soul is the idea of the eternal yes, the affirmation of existence so deep that even suffering cannot erase it. The eternal yes is not optimism. It is not hope. It is not denial of the world's cruelty. It is acceptance of the world's fullness, its pain and its joy, its terror and its beauty, its fragility and its possibility. To say yes to life is to embrace it in all its contradictions. To say yes is to live without resentment, to stop blaming the world, to stop envying others, to stop wishing for a life other than the one you have. To say yes is to take responsibility for your existence instead of waiting for rescue or redemption. To say yes is to treat every moment as material for becoming, even the difficult ones, even the heartbreaking ones, even the ones that threaten to break you. The eternal yes asks a question. If your life returned eternally, would you affirm it? Would you accept your scars, your burdens, your losses, your triumphs, your path? Would you embrace the whole instead of wishing away the parts that hurt? The eternal yes is not a command. It is an invitation, to live so fully, so fiercely, so authentically, that even the pain becomes meaningful. A soul that can say yes to its own existence has already risen beyond nihilism. Chapter 5. The Human Being as Possibility. For Nietzsche, the human being is not a finished creature. It is a bridge, a passage, a trembling, evolving possibility. We are not static. We are not fixed. We are not the end of evolution. We are the midpoint, a beginning disguised as a form, a possibility alive inside flesh, a potential waiting to ignite. The higher human is not a new species. It is a new consciousness, one that recognizes life not as burden, but as opportunity. Opportunity to shape oneself. Opportunity to create meaning. Opportunity to overcome. Opportunity to grow. Opportunity to rise. Human beings, Nietzsche believed, are raw material, unfinished statues carved by their choices. But most eyes the same block of stone they were born from. The higher human chooses to shape themselves, to take the chisel of discipline, the hammer of suffering, the fire of courage, and carve a soul worth inheriting. Nietzsche's final vision is not a prophecy of doom. It is a call to transformation, a reminder that the human being is not defined by what it is now, but by what it can become. Possibility is the essence of our existence, and the higher human is the one who dares to become what possibility whispers. In the quiet after the storm, in the stillness that follows the long descent through Nietzsche's life, suffering, thought, collapse, and resurrection, we find ourselves standing at the edge of something vast. Not a conclusion, not an answer, not a doctrine, but an opening, a doorway in the dark. Because Nietzsche never wanted followers, never wanted believers, never wanted a tribe to gather beneath his name. He wanted individuals, souls awake enough to stand alone, courageous enough to think without inheritance, tender enough to feel the weight of existence without collapsing beneath it. His philosophy was not a map. It was a mirror, and through that mirror, we see not Nietzsche, but ourselves, our fears, our potential, our contradictions, our longing to become something more than we already are. The journey through his world has not been comfortable. It was never meant to be. It was a descent into the underworld of the soul, a wandering through the corridors of suffering and clarity, collapse and revelation, darkness and awakening. And now, as the long night begins to soften into something like dawn, we are left with the quiet truth behind all of Nietzsche's storms. The human being is not a fixed creature. We are not finished. We are not complete. We are not defined by our past, our pain, our weakness, our failures. We are possibility, fragile but profound, wounded but capable, uncertain but free. And in that freedom lies both the terror and the beauty of existence. Nietzsche's life reminds us that suffering is not a curse but a teacher, that loneliness is not a void but a mirror, that collapse is not the end but the moment before transformation. His thought teaches us that meaning is not found but forged, that values are not received but created, that identity is not discovered but sculpted, that life is not endured but affirmed. He shows us that the task of being human is not to obey but to evolve, not to conform but to create, not to shrink but to rise. And even as madness took him, even as the world went dark, even as silence claimed the last years of his body, the ideas born from his suffering began their ascent. Ideas that would shape an entire century. Ideas that would outlive his fragile body. Ideas that would guide the thinkers still to come. Ideas that would echo into a world he predicted long before it arrived. And now they echo in you. So as this journey closes, as the night folds around you with its gentle shadows and quiet breath, let Nietzsche's final gift settle into your soul. You are capable of becoming more than you are, not through perfection, not through certainty, not through imitation, but through the honest labor of shaping the self from the inside out. You carry within you a life yet to be lived, a strength yet to be forged, a meaning yet to be created. The higher human is not somewhere far away. It is the possibility sleeping inside you, waiting for courage, waiting for intention, waiting for the day you decide to rise. And so, in the hush of this final moment, as the darkness turns soft and the journey dissolves into thought and breath, let the question linger. What will you create with the life you have been given? Not tomorrow, not someday, but now, in the quiet where becoming begins. The night remains, the path continues, and the next step is yours.